Hello, welcome to the top cut of the America's Online Megacities tournaments. I am going to be hosting today. I'm Juniper Theory, she, her as always. I'm joined by, would you like to introduce, well, hold on, let me actually turn on the audio here. Wait, you're still muted, hold on. Okay. Oh shoot, I have the, hold on one second. Cool, got that fixed. Let me... Yeah, there we go. All right, you're unmuted. You can introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Cobra Bubbles. I use they or any other pronouns of your choice. And yeah, excited to be here. I haven't really kept up with the weekend. I'm just dropping into this a little last minute, but we have a really interesting lineup of decks in this cut. So yeah, interested to see some that.
We got greens and reds. Uh,
Yep, the only colors you need.
yeah. Any specific table you want to do? Table 2, maybe? I don't know. Any of the tables look good. We've got.
Sounds good. Yeah, I mean, as you say, they're mostly the same decks, one way or another. So
We have some very cool decks, but they are very similar today. All right, let's take a look. So that's going to be the second game, Ruben Pieters versus Ice Cream College. So that will be here. Let's tune right into it because the games have already started. All right. So we've got an Ob deck on Bladderwort. 2 Bladderworts on the table. Oof, that's rough to see as the runner. Versus Hoshiko with a Rising Tideout, a Fencer Phono, and nothing else. The Fencer will help with the Bladderworts at least, but see how this goes. Yesterday we definitely saw a dominance of green and red decks of all sort. While there were a lot of great decks and a lot of great competitors, there was basically no purple representation, and yellow barely missed the top cut, as did all of the criminal decks. So in the end, it ended up being just green and red from both colors.
yeah, I noticed it was just Shaper Anarch, Wyland and Jinteki all the way down to 11th, I think. Oh, someone in the chat saying, I think we maybe still have the splash screen.
Oops, showing. Forgot to hit that. Thanks. Cool. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, so to talk about this game as we join it in progress here, we have Ruben Peters playing Bladderwort Orb, which seems to be the main thing that people are doing out of Orb at the moment, partly because of the quote-unquote unbanning of Cyber Sand Harvester when they changed the rules of how that card works. Essentially turns it into another copy of Bladderwort that costs 4 to trash. Pretty nice.
In case you didn't know, Cyber Sand Harvester is a card that says whenever you res a piece of ice, place 2 credits on this asset. You can spend hosted credits to pay the stalled cost, and you can trash it to take all the credits off of it. Which is... that's fine. I mean, you're spending 2 to hopefully get 2 from 1 piece of ice. It's not very good. However, the nice thing about it is with the Ob ability, we're seeing 2 Bladderworts get trashed, and then... See, this is the thing. Previously, you can use the trash ability to destroy it and then get an asset such as a Bladderwort out of your trash. The difficulty, however, is that previously you couldn't do that if there were no credits on it, because there was a rule called no change in game state that said that wouldn't be changing the game. You can't activate something if it won't do anything, so to speak. But that has been changed, so now you can trash it even if it does nothing, and when you do that, you get to use Ob's ability of searching your deck to go find a single Bladderwort. See, another Bladderwort on the table, and then 2 more cards installed.
That's right, and yeah, just cards with trash cans on them are good in Ob, as it turns out.
Yeah.
We'll see. Yeah, I've just had a little look at the deck lists here. The deck lists are open, of course, in the top cut of a competitive event. Yeah, Ruben Peters playing a fairly standard Bladderwort Orb, but with an interesting choice of there's a Skunk Works in the slot that's often taken up by Fat, and then the spare influence left over from that is the Powers That Be. So we may be leaning a bit more towards pushing to score with this build than just grinding out with Bladderworts.
Yeah, I'm curious, especially because now the game has just started and we've already seen 2 Bladderworts hit the trash. We've already seen 3 Bladderworts hit the trash, actually. They've been shuffled back in, but we've seen 3 of them in there. So that's going to be I'm not sure exactly what you do in that scenario. What's the
Well,
deck's
Spin
plan
Doctor
when that
help.
happens?
But yeah, I mean, it costs the runner some amount of credits, right? Fencer has obviously helped quite a lot here, I think.
Yeah.
But in theory, you've cost the runner somewhere in the region of 9 credits to come and deal with all of those. They've lost some cards along the way, although I think as we were joining, they lost a strike fund to damage, so maybe not as impactful as you would hope as the Corp. But then having cost them those credits, now the Hashiko hasn't really built a board very much. We have just 2 cards in play, and we're being presented with a board state with multiple assets, potentially agendas on the table, an active anthill, which is going to keep charging the Corp forward, and a couple of pieces of ice. So quite a lot to deal with now, having dealt with the initial onslaught of the Bloodworts.
Anthill's also going to go fetch a 2-cost card. This could be, say, a Hollow Man if you're going for a fast advanced strategy, or any number of great assets. So something you really have to worry about as the runner once it goes off. But you also have to worry about everything else on the table. Server 11, server 12. You don't know what any of those things could be.
Right.
Is
Yeah.
this
In
deck
this
running
case, it looks
hostile
like
architecture?
it is. There are 2 copies.
Okay.
So those could protect assets on the board here potentially. It also has, for 2 costs to fetch with Anthill, we've got a Managarm and a Regolith as the main targets, plus some ice, of course.
Another Bladderwort.
There we go. Number 4.
Wow.
Keep counting, folks. We'll see how many we can get to by the end of the game.
Don't you just love decks that play the same card 9 times in a game?
Sure do. Yeah, Spin Doctor's a hell of a drug. But this damage keeps hitting strike funds, so Ice Cream College can't be too sad about that for the time being.
I really do think that's one of the main reasons that people are really deep into Anarch right now, is just the existence of Strike Fund and Steelskin Scarring means that all of the chip damage that's happening right now can't bother you quite as much if it hits one of those cards. You have a small chance, but a chance of getting just completely saved from those little bits of damage by it. We've got another server, server 14, and then HQ is being blocked off finally.
Yeah, interesting choice to fetch this Managarm and not jam on it here. But I guess the thought is that the runner's just slightly too rich and we'd rather tax them out with some of these assets.
There's the steel skin,
Exactly
like I was saying. It helps you survive that little bit, and getting rid of the hostile architecture. The runner is pretty well keeping track. Ice Cream College is just pretty well keeping track of everything and getting rid of it before it can do any real damage. Just blowing up all of the assets right now, one after another. We'll see how long that can continue. So far, it hasn't shown any signs of stopping, but feels like you're going to run out of money eventually.
Yeah, that is the question, is like, how smooth is this economy going to be for Ice Cream College here for the rest of the game? Looking at Ice Cream College's deck list, we're not playing the Azamat that some of these Hashiko decks have been playing to help with exactly this kind of matchup. So I think it is just 4 now in terms of... and there's a Hana as well, which can help with assets. But the tech that we seem to have moved towards is anti-tag tech, so there's a couple of copies of No Free Lunch in this list, which don't actually help against this particular form of Wayland kill deck, which is not looking to land tags at all.
Corp going up to 9 credits on Regolith probably implies that the Corp has given up on the Bladderwort strategy at this point, just saying, let's just make the money. You've trashed all my stuff, I'm just going to start going for a different strategy. Remember, Bladderwort only triggers if you have less than 4 or less credits, so as soon as you start actually making money, you just can't use it anymore.
Right, but now we have this Managarm server. There's a bank card come down, which is going to make that a bit more vulnerable, but if we can set up a second ice on the server using some of this Regolith money, that potentially puts us in a spot to actually turn this money into some scores and start pivoting in a different direction that the runner might not be as prepared for. See what this ob fetch is for here. 1 cost.
Going up to 15 credits. Getting another wall-to-wall.
Yeah, that makes sense. Just taxing that banker out a little bit. Ice Cream has to choose which of these 2 servers they want to get through for cheap to go and trash what's in there.
Yeah, Ice Cream has a great setup on the board, but does not have great money right now. The Fermenter will help a lot with that. Like you can go up to 5 pretty quickly, but still, it's going to take a little bit, and there's more things than ever to start dealing with on the board that cost money. These
Yeah,
cost
interestingly, both of them are
6
virus.
total.
There's only 2 virus here, and they're both in archives already.
Hmm.
So that fermenter feels a little bit more stable than it otherwise would.
Putting another
We do
ice
go for this.
on server 1. Yep, makes sense. Probably trying to avoid the quick run in and trash the Skunk Works before it can do anything. Also just setting up for later.
Yeah. Interesting choice, I thought earlier by Ice Cream to install the Trickster. Because now, yeah, it kind of obliges them to start making runs and spending those Trickster credits.
I assume I
Which,
assume the assumption is that if the corp is going to start just oh wow, gets an immediate agenda, just sees it right out of HQ.
not bad. Gets through with
Assume
that boomerang.
yeah, trying to use up some of those trickster credits.
Yeah, it's reasonable to assume that there'll be agendas in HQ here as well, given the 2 Ice Managarm play kind of implies that some scoring is about to start happening.
Yeah.
Now this Fencer is going to start costing us money though, unless we want to somehow get to this wall-to-wall.
Spencer's penalty again? It's you must pay 1 or trash this
Use
resource.
a
Okay,
credit, yeah,
that's reasonable.
which we are doing. Yeah. So they cease to be free credits at that point. They're just you're just converting your normal credits into defensive credits, which is not necessarily a downside, but yeah, if Ruben's pivoting to a lesser asset-heavy game plan for the rest of this match, then that Fencer might start to become a bit of a liability. And here we go, jamming on the Skunk.
Assuming that the runner just can't get in, which makes you wonder what that ice is. Oh. Wanting to back up.
Oh yeah, looking for a end of turn gachapon, I imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Almost
this is
certainly wanting to
one of a
activate
few.
Gachapon right before turn begins.
Yeah, in case you hit Fermenter, for example. But yeah, this is one of a few Hashiko decks that are choosing to play Gachapon over the price at the moment, starting to come a bit back into favor as a card that was sort of largely obsoleted by the prices printing in the Automata Initiative. I'm a little sus on it personally, just because arguably the best card in your deck in these Hashiko decks is Bankar, and Gachapon is not able to find you Bankar. But with Bankar already in play, this Gachapon looks to potentially be giving a nice bit of value to fetch either a Breaker, another Companion, or a Fermenter. There's a few useful hits here, potentially.
Especially because, yeah, Gachapon can hit all the companions, which a lot of these decks are on. A lot of these decks are back
Yeah.
on the, three multiple companions Keiko sort of build.
Yeah, this deck is on the full suite, I believe. Yeah, there's a Mystic and a Paladin, as well as the 2 we see on the table.
Gonna see 2 Fermenters, another Mystic, and that's it for what you can get with the Gachapon. I assume we'll see a second Fermenter.
Yeah, you get to probably just remove this No Free Lunch from your deck, which is not bad, given that it's just an easy mark in this matchup. Not the best, but not exactly a card you want to draw most of the time.
Presumably was hoping to find something that could give a little bit more, uh, just find some sort of icebreaker that isn't just Rising Tide so that you know that you can get into that server. Because if that's anything that isn't a barrier, you're not going to be able to get that. And presumably with the 2 advancement counters, it is an SDS.
Yeah, I mean, with Bankar, in theory, you can still do
True,
it,
Bangkok can get through the first ice.
but it's going to cost you all your Taka credits and some cards and the Managarm clicks here, plus trashing a program, assuming it is SDS. But it's achievable here.
That's another. The Gachapon also potentially helps with just trashing the program. My guess would be
Yeah,
just
true.
crack the fermenter and go for it, but we'll see how this ends up.
Yeah. It also has the slight downside of meaning you have to stay flipped as Hashiko, which in these longer kind of grindier matchups, you often want to be flipping every turn to maximize the econ value. But that's fairly marginal. I suspect if you feel like you can get a 3-pointer here and get away with it, then that's what you should be doing as runner.
There's also the slight danger, and this is a strange one. There's the slight danger of actually I don't. We can just check if they're on it. Is Room Heaters on measured response?
Yes, great
Okay.
point. That's a card I keep forgetting about somehow, even though it's been several months since its release.
So
Yeah,
if
okay.
you
So
steal,
that does
you
not.
have to be aware the corp does currently have 10 credits. That is 2 measured responses right there. And
Yeah,
that will potentially kill if you're below 5 cards. Or
right. Which
below
we're
4 cards.
Yeah, we're likely to be. So that makes this play make a lot more sense, right? Because it's going to cost cards from Bankar and credits to get into this server. And even with a Fermenter pop, it's also going to cost you clicks because Managarm. So it's going to be pretty hard to get away with this and live through double measured here. Oh, and it's
Oh,
envelopment. Oh, hell yeah.
envelopment.
Wow,
That's
5
5
damage.
cards. Oh, and
And
losing
no steals.
Buzzsaw? Oh, wow, losing Buzzsaw and Echelon. Both tools that you really need here. Both
Yeah, and it's the
Echelons are now
second
in the
copy.
bin. Wow.
And both buzzsaws. So that's actually a really huge. And now,
Finding
actually,
the
if this SDS
SDS.
were to be scored, it would entirely wipe all the runner's breakers. But in this case, the runner gets to choose the program trashed. But now is looking extremely dead to a single copy measured response. So
Yeah.
you might just have to take a run at R&D here and try and win the game before you die.
Mm-hmm.
Or this is potentially game over.
5 credits is only 1 measured response, but you only really have 1.
Yeah, it feels a bit like it might have been preferable to jack out off of that after that development, knowing that you were going to be going to threat 4 or threat 5 in this case with. Yeah,
Oh yes, I messed this up.
acknowledging in
Yep.
the chat this maybe wasn't the best
Yep.
line. I do really like the choice by Ruben to put an advancement counter on the
Yeah, I was
envelopment
going
with
to
the
say
wall to
it's
wall.
really smart because it gives you that
Yeah,
chance to bluff the runner into thinking, oh, it's a tree line or something. Let's see, running on R&D. Here's thinking. Now, there's a chance that you res this if it's, say, 2 cost, and you can just click for credits or something, or if you have any other way of making money, but
right. You can even gain a credit with wall to wall, so you can afford 3 credits. Yeah,
going down to
you
2
see it, and
credits,
this
that's...
actually
Well, you're going to see a
well,
credit with, we get 1 credit with this. So yeah, you can still do it with wall-to-wall on the board, so...
yeah, and actually the runner can't afford to break the 2 credit subroutine here. I think they can only break the underrun. So
Yep,
they are going
alright,
to get
so they are going to get money
Corp
back.
is going to get a rebate here.
Alright, here we
Let's see what
go.
we get.
That is
Nope,
not the end of the game. Is this the end of the game?
seems likely. Bye bye fencer.
There it
Bye
is.
bye run.
Ah!
Brutal.
Yep.
Very nice fork setup there. I'm immediately coming around to this Skunkworks and this ob deck. That's not something I've seen before, but it really made that measured response fork a lot more scary because yeah, Ice Cream saying in the chat they would have liked to have popped fermenters there, but Skunkworks limiting the number of clicks you have
That
makes that much
envelopment
harder
is
to do.
that envelopment is devastating. I think really didn't
Yeah,
expect to see that. Great plays by both players. I really love Measured Response as a card. I think it's just a fantastic
it's
little
neat.
card. All right, next up, we could check in on game 3, I guess. See how that's going. It's gonna be this one. See how this one's going.
Yeah, can do. Oh,
Oh
nice.
wow.
So we have here. These are the odd IDs out
Yep.
in the cut. So the
Mostly
cut
we
is
have
almost
Ob and
entirely made up
AU,
of.
but there's a
We have exactly.
yeah, and a Hoshiko and this. I think there's one Seb and there's one Arisana, and then there's Restoring Humanity, and those are the only odd identities.
Yeah, I think the Seb player actually dropped as well, if I'm
Oh well.
reading
Okay, then never
the
mind.
page correctly. So we got another Hashiko in instead of Seb. So yeah, it's just Arasana and RH are the odd one out identities. The rest of the tournament is Magdalene, Hashiko, AU, and Ob. We come into quite a developed board state here.
A conduit with 2 counters on it. Archives with 2 separate ice on it. There is a oh god, there's a Sisyphus on both players' scoring area.
Wow, and a big purge there that wiped
Yeah.
down 2 fermenters, a conduit, and a Physarum off the table.
Hmm.
We're just clicking for 4 as runner, yeah. So losing those fermenter counters is pretty devastating. And then presumably this is going to set up RH to score whatever's in server 3.
Potentially. If
Um,
that's a second Sisyphus,
woof.
I remember back when Sisyphus came out, I was what was it? Oh, it's a Fuji. Okay, it does put you in some winning position with any 2-point agenda. Although I believe this deck is only running. What's this deck's agenda suite? Can you check
It's
the
3
deck
each of
list?
the it's 3 each of the ones we see, I believe. So maybe it's only 2 of one of them. But anyway, it's only Regenesis's, Sisyphus's, and Fuji's.
Right. So you now either
Uh,
need to score 2 Regenesises or another Fuji or another thing. There isn't an easy 3-2 you can score out.
Yeah, precisely. So yeah, Regenesis is the easiest option to if you can Regenesis with something else in the bin, even if it's another Regenesis, that'll get you there.
Honestly, I
Um,
would be much more worried about, if I'm Kabloosh, I would be much more worried about seeing a second Sisyphus. At Worlds, I played in the Crown of Servers. I played a game against Andre, and my partner was playing, and I don't remember who was playing, but my partner had scored 2 separate Sisyphus protocols, and just at some point turned to Andre and just went, so do I just concede here because there's 2 Sisyphus protocols on the board? I just went, oh yeah, that's fucked. And I think that is a, you see that, you just kind of go, okay, this is done. We are seeing more Physarum going down on R&D to see a bunch of cards from R&D.
yeah, expensive though, because that end pot currently has all 3 of its subroutines, so it's 3 credit per pass, even with this Physarum. And we don't have a ton of money here as the Arasana.
True, but you do still have the multiple still have the fermenters. You can keep doing this. You're threatening the corp. They have to put down another piece of ice on R&D.
Right, but if they do, it seems like a little bit of a tough spot, especially if it's something punishing
Purging
for
again.
oh wow, yeah. That was Petty Cash into Purge, a nice little play you can make to just gain a little bit of value on your Purge. Purge turns, and here we go with the second ice on R&D, and then jamming in the remote.
So that's,
2 cards.
I think you have to be assuming that that's the win right there. With 3
Yeah,
cards
so
in that
you
circle.
reasonable to assume that the new card is Hollow Man, and that it's can be used to score any of the agendas that are left.
Or
Probably
potentially it
the
could
existing
be,
upgrade is void.
what are the other upgrades this deck is playing?
Well, we have a couple of Anoetic Void, as you'd expect. We have a Mavirus, and we have a Spicy Ganked.
Oh.
Just to double down on that multiple encounters thing.
Any of those could potentially blowing up your own lily pad. Always a fact. I love that play. I love actively blowing up your own lily pad there. Having
That's
a propeller to
delightfully
install.
aggressive. Okay, that's nice. Nice little Arasana surprise here. We don't see a lot of Arasana since the printing of Magdalene, but that exact case is the reason why you want to be playing Arasana, right? Just surprise the corp like that with a cheap breaking solution. But we are going to have to break this endpot twice for reasons of Sisyphus. And we're not ripping on R&D. That's tough.
And losing the propeller there is going to be rough.
Yeah, we still have Gauss in play, but Gauss does not break Boto particularly well at threat. I'd be tempted as runner to run this remote here, just to see if we can force the corp to spend enough money that their score threat is no longer live. But there's a little bit of a risk that you're going to end up having to spend some money to survive the run.
There's also a part of me that just says you just have to let that go. You have to say, let's assume that's not the Hollow Man. Let's assume that's just an Anoetic Void, and it's going to take 2 turns. And I have a turn to set up, because you don't want to waste too many resources. Especially because I don't think the Corp fired the Sisyphus protocol this turn. Did we go through Denpa twice? No, we did. We did go through Denpa
Yeah,
twice.
we did.
Okay,
Yeah.
never mind. So you are safe from Sisyphus, so you don't have to worry about that. Is Sisyphus
Yeah,
first
but
time? Okay, it is first
it
time,
is
so you
first
can't
time,
say
yeah.
that. Never mind.
Yeah. Yeah, the problem here is that two of the remaining five agendas are Regenesis, right? So there's a even without Hollow Man, there's good odds that this is either Hollow Man or Regenesis, either of which beat you.
Yep.
We're more than a good bit more than halfway through R&D.
Is there an argument to run on
Does the
archives then?
unexpected.
What's protected
Great
archives? I mean, that
question.
would be 3 to get in, and one unknown
Yeah,
thing.
you could consider taking the 3 damage from Samaxamoon if you're desperate enough. I guess not, because if there's only a single Fuji in archives, then you die. So yeah, you have to break it and then hope that you can get through the remaining ice. That's a bit tough. Yeah, a lot of difficult choices there. We'll see if Baserton has it.
Oh,
Here's the
there's
Hollow
the
Man.
Hollow
Looks
Man.
like it.
That's not what you want to see. Yeah, that's game.
That's the truth.
Sisyphus is rough.
Yeah, I mean it's an interesting one when it's combined with a card like Endpot, which is just an end the run ice, right? It's not putting you in a spot where you're going to die to a Town or something. Although I'm sure this deck can also do that. But in this case, it was just pay 3 more credits, please. And sometimes that's enough.
Right, well, only one game remaining, and it's table 1, so we can go take a look at that, and then that'll be, hopefully, that's our final game. See how the next round goes. Oh boy. More Bladderworks on the table.
Yeah, looks like pretty
I feel like I'm
advanced.
getting deja vu here for some reason.
2 Bloodworks active, multiple other assets firing, but 6 points on the runner side, so and a stone ship for a little bit of insurance to try and stay alive. The Corp has a bit of money, but 4 unres dice on centrals, which probably those 10 credits aren't going to get all of those rezzed. So
No
if the
ice
runner
on
wants
other
to try and make a
servers.
tuning dig,
And
yeah,
2 slash and burn scored means there's less of a chance of you actually having a way to score out if you're the Corp here.
yeah, I know. Ruben Peters' list that we were watching earlier was on 3 slash and burn. It looks like this deck is as well from Cybershark.
Is it also on measured
This one
response?
it is on measured response, yeah. So this is quite similar to the White Blade deck, if not exactly the same. That's been floating around for a little while now, and it is playing the fat John Bautista as a way of creating kill lines with Azef protocol. So we see Augustus checking the text of measured response in the chat. Always a good
Yep.
idea.
It's important to remember it costs 5. If you pay 8, you can get around it, and it can only be fired if the threat is 4 or greater, which is definitely true right now. But also it can be fired on any run. It does not have to steal an agenda, unlike certain other cards that it may have replaced a little bit. I actually
Yeah, and
greatly
there's
prefer.
actually
I
sorry,
greatly
go on.
prefer measured response. I really like it as a card. I think it's very well done.
It's very nice. Yeah, it's a compact little package. You have all these conditions on it that you've just described, but it has the secret bonus condition of you don't have to play any other cards in your deck to enable this kill plan.
Yeah.
Just 3 copies of measured response is enough. We see this in the Nuvum decks that have been floating around lately, for example, which is a nice bit of upside that you wouldn't necessarily notice from a card that seemed to have a lot of downside on it, as printed. And in this case, that successful run clause is quite important because I don't know that Augustus really needs to run here 6 points up, and they've decided to pressure HQ anyway. But yeah, I'm not sure what the real threats are
Sandstone.
otherwise.
Sandstone is incredibly expensive to break. 5 to break, going down to 9 credits.
They're paying it. So Augustus maybe has a good read here that there's points in HQ.
Potentially, or just some
Obviously,
sort of plan here.
yeah,
We'll still
we're
have
coming
2
to this game
clicks
late,
after
so we
this
don't
to
have that
potentially
information.
get some credits back. Tree line, that's... oh. I keep seeing Rising Tide today, and I keep seeing Rising Tide on I guess I keep seeing Rising Tide on 1 strength. Never mind. Great call by Caesar. Well done perfectly. Maybe
Yeah,
it knew something that we didn't from joining the game.
Exactly, yeah.
Alright, and that is going to be round 1. So we are going to see a nearly full corpse sweep, except for Caesar winning with Hoshiko.
Which is interesting, actually, and I believe that's in every case the higher seed lost, because I was just keeping up with the chat earlier, and everyone was commending Cybershark for being the only higher seed player to choose to corp.
Huh.
But in this case, every player that was higher seed and chose their side lost the game, which is a rare thing
Wow,
to happen in round one of a cup. Yeah.
fascinating. Oh. Yeah, I
So
mean,
maybe these
sometimes
corps have a
stealing at
bit
a
more
gem
going
does
for them
bail
than
you
you
out.
expect.
Yeah, looks like
Yeah, yeah.
round two. Are we gonna go right into that or have a minute beforehand? Let's see. Quickly, we're getting started. And I also have a bracket that I will put on stream in just a second.
Oh, nice.
Let's see the status of the. Let me check if we're going right into it or how a break we have. Round two is paired, so I think we're just jumping right into it.
Excellent.
Yep. Looks like we're going to have. I think I might go look at the at table 4, which is going to be Bazerton on Restoring Humanity versus Jat, just to see who can. These are two of the more interesting decks in the tournament. Or no, well, Magnon's pretty normal, but it's still interesting to see any Shaper at this point. Just to see them go up against each other. I also haven't seen much of Mags in this tournament. For some reason, I kept seeing the Arizona lists. And whoever wins this is not eliminated from the tournament. Let's see how quickly the games are up. So that's going to be. Once the games go up, we will take a look at them. In the meantime, let me try and get that bracket on stream.
Yeah, and I can talk a bit about deck lists here.
Yeah.
From what I can tell, the Magdalens in the cut are mostly pretty similar to the list that D won Man of the Moon Summer Showdown with a few weeks ago, which is a deck that plays 3 Fermenter as a large part of its econ, and then Deep Dive as a closer, and a lot of Shaper tricks and tech cards to stay alive and keep the corp under the cosh while you develop an economic advantage and eventually deep dive them.
Mhm.
Pretty straightforward Shaper control gameplay, but with the added use of the new identity from Elevation, which is proving pretty popular. Seems to have overtaken Lat for most players as the go-to Shaper.
Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, I have the bracket up. So it looks like this was our previous bracket, and we have Cybershark. We have Caesar, and then moved on to the last one. We have Caesar, Ruben Peters, Basserton, and Jat all moving forward. And oh wait, no, then that means that table 4 is not a that is not a game of getting kicked off. I actually misread it. So I might. Well, we can watch it anyways because I'm very curious about it.
Yeah. I mean, they're all high stakes games, right? It's double elimination here, so two losses you're out, and so every loss matters, even if it's not the one that actually eliminates you.
Yeah,
It might be an important part of your tournament.
my mistake. Yep. Yeah. You were saying about the deck lists?
Yeah, so on the other side, we just saw a little bit of it, but the Corp is Restoring Humanity, which is a deck I know a few people have looked at since since Elevation came out. Obviously, the two new Jateki IDs from Elevation have been quite hot. AUCO in particular, the big golden egg, of which we have, I think, 4 copies in this cut. And also some players really enjoying PT Untie and the kind of rush gameplay you can play out of that ID. But a few players have said, we can just go back to Jateki 101 straight out of Gateway, Restoring Humanity. Just make a credit every turn and use these various cards that put cards into our archives or pay us off for having face down cards in archives to just develop a kind of Glacier scoring game plan. And this is one of those, which is, yeah, scoring out with Regenesis, which either is just 4 points in combination with Fuji asset retrieval on a 3-1 agenda, pretty good, or it is only 3 points but puts a Sisyphus protocol in your scoring area, which makes the life for the runner a lot harder. And then we're seeing a bulk of the influence on Holoman to support that game plan, as Holoman can both never advance one of your 5x agendas or fast advance your Regenesis. So pretty
Looks
nice
like
piece
the
there for
game
that deck.
is starting, so let's get into it.
Fab.
Yeah, these games I have found one a Sisyphus protocol means you go from having an easy runner win to having a serious game. Two Sisyphus protocols means I don't know how you win that. And three Sisyphus protocols, they probably already won the game, but if they haven't, you concede immediately.
We see
So
basically in the chat here having to do some real life net running, working their VPN to allow JNet to run through their ISP's filter. People may be familiar with these players. They've been doing the rounds on the tournament circuit for the past couple of years. Ziat famously wrote one of the most highly voted Netrunner DB write-ups of the modern era in his incredible travel blog about Worlds 2023, and all the difficulty he had to go to get to Barcelona from Russia that year. And Baserton, meanwhile, someone I met at UK Nationals, where I was a TO there last year, who came in and made the top 16, did really impressively for one of his earlier tournaments, I think, maybe his first big tournament, and has been on a bit of a tear since then, actually. I've seen him around in a few top cuts since that time. I believe he's on the team known as Scrubs. Excellent team name.
Yep.
So yeah, it should be a competitive game here.
Excited to see how it goes now. I've been playing a lot of mags recently. Excited to see what Ziat can do with mags.
Yeah, I've been playing it a lot, actually. I was quite pleased this morning that a teammate of mine won the first shipment to Cologne event in the run up to the EMEA in Cologne, with a mags list that I designed, which uses Knick-Knack, which I think is quite an underplayed card at the moment.
Yep.
But I don't believe any of the Magdalens in this tournament are playing it, although I think the Arasana had a Knick-Knack in play that we saw.
So the Arsana definitely had a Knick-Knack.
Nice.
I really like Knick-Knack. I wish more people would play them.
Yeah, I'm a fan. I think people just need to get over the it's not as good as Aesop's factor. You don't have to be as good as Aesop's to be a good card. And Knick-Knack
Also,
is one.
more importantly, when you're bad at Netrunner, like I am, it lets you do a lot of very funny little tricks, which is the real goal of Netrunner, to just do a bunch of funny little things.
Speaking of, I'm interested in what this remote play is here on turn one. RH sort of strikes me as the kind of deck that would be usually icing centrals earlier. In most cases, I guess it's probably a Regolith. Looking at the deck list,
Yeah, could be a Regolith.
just trying to get that money up.
Dangerous, but you could just try and score out a Sisyphus on turn 3. Oh, yeah, no, I can turn off the Discord sounds. Thank you for... Sorry for being a bit scatterbrained. Woke up and went directly to streaming. Discord sounds are muted. Leapfrog early with a Nuka is a great opening for mags.
Yeah, I was going to say this is a very classic mags opening. You've got a draw card, a card that pays you off for installing cards, and then a nice econ card to install. Very nice little combination there. Although it puts you to 0, I'm going to need a couple of turns to recover from that, probably. Which means Baserton can probably get everything he wants to out of this Regolith uncontested. Some pinhole threadings in Ziat's list, but I don't think you particularly want to spend one of those to remove a 6-credit Regolith when there's Anoetic Voids around.
Yeah, I think you probably just let that go for now. Taking 2 credits, playing a Coalescence, taking the money off of it manually.
Yeah, you don't love having to
drop
click
from that.
credits here, but it's not the worst.
Taking a credit, choosing not to make a run. There's no bites in this list, are there?
No, I suppose the risk is, well, Fuji is kind of a trade-off, right? If you touch Fuji, that's nice, obviously, for points, but if you've got important cards in your hand, maybe you don't want to lose those. Yeah, the only real trap in this deck is Ganked, which obviously is not particularly relevant here with so little ice on the table.
The Corp now has the money to put down ice basically anywhere that's as scary as they want it to be, and you know that given this is a Sisyphus deck, it's going to be some really miserable ice.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how quickly Baserton prioritizes icing archives. Obviously, most corps in the early game not usually going to be doing that, but it's a pretty big part of this corps game plan to keep your face downs and archives protected. But we're going to start with HQ here and R&D. Okay.
Protecting all servers.
Yeah, we've not yet been able to make our ID fire, which is a bit of a shame. Not had the card spare to put in archives.
Runner's got 2 fermenters on the board, which is so much money. Warp is not threatening any. Ooh, and there's a spec work.
Nice.
Mags is getting everything that Ziat wants right now, except for the actual breakers. Teleport?
Yeah, but you're in no rush, really.
Well,
there's a
there we go.
revolver down. That's the
There's
most
your
important
first one.
Yeah.
One of the best ones here.
Yeah, that's actually going to be an important axis in the matchup, I think. Mags isn't going to be struggling for cash. You know, Ziat can probably sit on this fermenter for as long as he wants, given that this RH deck is not going to be going particularly fast. But the revolver counters are a much more precious resource. If a Sisyphus gets scored, then suddenly running through one Sysentine can blow your whole revolver. And there's only so many times you can recur it, so that could potentially be an important axis as this game goes on.
Drawing a card.
Yeah, it might be just trying to get over a hand size here so we can put a card in archives to get that ID firing.
Main thing that the Corp wants to do here is just Hollow Man or Regenesis out of Sisyphus as fast as possible. But just gonna
Yeah, and
keep
second
taking
ice on the remote.
credits.
Well, yeah, second ice on the remote means next turn we can empty this regolith, jam something. Potentially a Sisyphus with a Hollow Man. Start putting on some pressure.
It's worrying though because Mags goes so fast when you set up. Like look at all of this card draw, all of this resources. The
Yeah,
runner's at
that's
16
really
credits, has a 3 strength fermenter on the board, and like 7 memory.
Yeah, really nice turn there. We saw multiple econ cards being played. We drew multiple cards. We set up a tech card and a long-term econ card. Oh, third ice on the remote though. This is going to be difficult for Max to challenge, even with all that setup. You know, getting through the multi-ice remotes early is not Shaper's strongest suit. With the modern cop of builds, you know, no trick shots and relatively few overclocks to give you that early game power through to get those breakers out. But we're changing our mind on that ice install. Interesting.
Or deciding to put something into the server instead, and trashing something.
Yeah, so this is interesting, right? Because you have to be thinking about Regenesis every time as the runner here.
Yeah.
And it's saying at minimum, okay, you have to spend a click running archives, which is not something that Mags particularly wants to be doing, I imagine.
Not necessarily the worst threat right now, because you can spend that click if you need to. Like, you aren't.
You can, yeah. The real next level play would to have been to have drawn and discarded the Mavirus. There's one Mavirus in this deck, which would then kind of fork the runner as to whether they want to take their fermented bucks now or save them for later. But anyway, yeah, either server one or archives is going to need to get access to here if the runner wants to feel safe.
I'm assuming just a quick check of archives. So all these cards taking 8 credits from Fermenter. Yep, there's the quick check of archives, just to keep the corp honest.
Yeah, we did respect them a virus, which is actually probably good for the corp. Um, you know, even if that did get purged, you're probably going to have time, as see out here, to just charge that back up to 4 credits and beyond. So actually, this
That
respecting
simul
them a virus here might be worse for you in the long run.
the simul chip is
Simul
very
chip
nice
good to
here
get back.
because it can potentially get you back that SMC. So now you do have a breaker suite ready to go.
Yeah, that is nice. So that's going to make the yeah,
Oh,
we're
and
putting one
discarding
in
an
straight there.
SMC to install one, and then getting another fermenter back.
Okay, yeah. So just diligent economic play here, recognizing that this is probably going to be a long game, one way or another. See what it was that Baserton went for the jam here on server 1. It could still have been Regenesis. We may be just going to keep wasting the runner's time by sending them to archives. There we go. Oh, no, rethinking here. Yeah,
Onside
that makes
review to
sense.
throw another card away. 27 credits on the corp side. That's so much money. But both players have so
Yeah.
much money. What do you do with it?
Well, there's no res ice and no ice having to be broken yet. So once that starts happening, the money's going to run out pretty quick, I imagine.
Playing Gauss, possibly signaling that this is where things are going to start actually popping off, getting that onto the field. Yep.
Oh, there's the overclock. So this is nice. We are threatening the full rig here between Gauss Revolver and SMC for a decoder. The Slice and Turn's going to start eating those revolver bullets, which is what you want to be doing as the corp here.
Mm-hmm. Worrying with a Sisyphus. Tatu Bola. And you still got 2 credits to potentially use on declining to install a card. Not what you want to do as the corp. Almost certainly means there's no
Yeah,
ice in hand, which means I'm guessing we'll see the hand get attacked after this.
yeah, that could be an indication of why Baserton did that undo and the rethink on the archives ice last turn. You want the ice on archives, but committing your last ice from hand means that Tattoo is not live anymore. So deciding to take that trade off, but yes, seeing them get slightly punished here for that. And it's the Regolith. Ah, okay, the slow Regolith pierces the shield, as they say, making the runner commit to get in and trash that to respect Regenesis. And that tells you quite a lot about what kind of player Baserton is, right? The Regenesis decks are always a lot about what you're representing and how the runner reads what you're doing. And so we're here Baserton making it clear that he's very willing to just bluff things as Regenesis and try and waste the runner's time. Oh, we do find the Sisyphus in HQ, though. Good call.
Ooh, yeah. Getting out the Unity. Runner has a full suite of breakers now, and isn't both players are still at about the same number of credits. This is rough for the corp. You
Yeah,
really want
not
to be
great.
forking the runner. You really want to be saying you don't have the opportunity to check all my things. And right now, it feels like basically everything can be checked by Zyat. Just that no matter what, you can get in there.
But again, if you drag them through this Isentown enough times, we've already used one symbol chip on a non-revolver card. So we've got 2.5 revolvers left max. It's only so many times you can break a Isentown. Although having said that, I think this deck might be on a Harmony AR therapy. There's a little bit of extra recursion. Could become relevant as the game goes on.
Potentially.
Now the second layer to this Regenesis bluff here is that having seen the card in server 1 was not Regenesis as the runner, your natural assumption is, okay, well, the card in Archives is not an agenda. No reason to throw out an agenda if you're not threatening to Regenesis with it. But you can double layer that bluff right now.
Yep.
As the corp, you're aware that the runner would think that, so maybe now, in fact, Archives is quite a safe place to keep your agenda. Especially since there was one Sisyphus in hand already, maybe one of the other agendas has been discarded down.
Could also be that the
Another
runner is
jam.
just or the corp has just been very flooded on agendas recently.
Could be, yeah. We know they've been a bit light on ice given the Tatibola situation. 9 agendas in your 44 cards here. So not the worst entity. Not the best.
A long time to think of what to do with all those new cards from Ritual.
I'm a big fan of Ritual. That's just such a fun card design to me. Really a nice little intelligent way to do a spin on a classic.
It's very fun. Even if I do kind of look at it and just go, oh, so Diesel got worse.
Yeah, I mean that's I find it quite easy to adjust to not having the things that we don't have anymore, you know.
Sure.
But I know a lot of players have these complaints about Ritual, and it's fair. Like maybe I overvalue it slightly because I see, well, this is close enough to Diesel, and other people see it's nowhere near close to Diesel. And
I'm
probably
still
the truth
waiting
is somewhere in the middle.
I'm still waiting for the deck that does plays Ritual in a deck that runs a bunch of running hots to try and draw 10 cards in one turn.
Yeah, people have been doing some impressive things in Eternal with
Oh
Hyper Dragon.
boy.
Oh, big snack.
There we go. So Cloud
Big
Eater
snack.
is going to be what? That's not that bad. It's only
Is your-
4 credits, but it's all the rest of your revolver counters, and you have to take 2 tags.
Yeah, I don't love that for the runner here. We did so. We respected the Archives bluff, and they're gonna get chomped by this snake as a result. It does cost the corp a lot here.
Deciding to take the 2
They're down a
tags.
couple of records. Yeah, taking the tags is the usual choice. Which, yeah, a friend of mine played a lot of Cloud Eater in Ag Infusion in the last meta, and he always said when they take the tags and don't clear them, they kind of just lose the game because in a long, grindy Jiteki Glacier game, giving them the ability to trash all your resources is a pretty big deal. I'm not sure if the same applies exactly to this deck as it did to Ag Infusion, but it's something to be thinking about as whether it's worth the time to clear these tags or risk just having your teleworks and so on trashed for the rest of the game.
Mm. Reaching Archives. Not finding anything in Archives. I agree. Ritual does have excellent theming. It's a very good card in that. I think Stone Ship deciding not to clear the tags yet.
Yeah, makes sense. Just cashing in the rest of that telework. And we're discarding a deep dive. That's an interesting choice.
Huh.
So maybe Ziat deciding the game plan here is just to keep that remote lock up and not have to deep dive at any point. In answer to Ryan in the chat, yeah, we do have the deck lists and there is no tag threat, no tag punishment. Strictly speaking, in the RH deck, just the basic action card.
Yeah, the
Sometimes
only
that's
card
what
is
you
the
need.
basic action card, and there are no resources in play right now, so not something you have to worry about.
Okay, and this is a nice time to make this push here with an empty revolver. Running through that size and turn is going to be a little tricky, and yeah, we're going to be presumably what we're threatening here. The most threatening server here is Void into Hollow Man into Sisyphus, which would put that Sisyphus on the board, tax that revolver even more. But the other case is that this could be the ganked, the cheeky 1x ganked in the deck, which makes that size and turn quite scary. So yeah, lots of stuff to play around here as the runner.
Probably digging for You've already lost one simul chip, but finding a second one lets you get that revolver back. Or an echelon gets you through the Seisenton real easily.
Oh, true. Yeah, finding the one echelon is going to be fairly important, I think, to make this. Then you can save the revolver for things like the Cloud Eater.
Fermenter. Going to let this fire. Will it be the Seisenton?
Yeah, letting this push go and installing Hannah is quite an interesting choice, actually. I believe that Hannah is the only way to gain extra clicks in this Mags deck.
You are still
Which means that
tagged, but I presume you're assuming that the
exactly
Corp is going to have to spend the entire turn scoring out Sisyphus?
right. But you've made some money here, but you've not presented any more tools to get through this Seisentan. So the Corp could choose to play it slow here, trash the Hannah, and then that denies the possibility of a full value deep dive at any point in this game.
Sure.
Short again of the Harmony AR therapy, getting it back later, but that's pretty complicated. I feel like if it's Sisyphus, then you take your shot here. If it's
Resin
Fuji, you
Holoman.
don't feel as good about this.
It is
There it is.
Sisyphus. Whew. And now we have a game. Not that we did it before, but now the game goes into misery mode where everything costs more and everything has to be so carefully considered.
Yeah, it's leaving Baserton on a pretty low credit total and without the face down in archives to start building back up. But once you do put face downs in archives going forward, they're going to be pretty hard for the runner to get to with Sisyphus plus Cloud Eater threat. But yeah, it could be time for the runner to go to R&D here as a chance to get in there while there isn't a Sisyphusable ice on the server. Yeah, goes for it. Try and snag some points or put something valuable on your compilation.
Yeah, that copulation means this isn't going to be a wasted run, basically, no matter what it is. Potentially, you can even just do 2 runs. Oh? Going
Oh, are
for
we
it,
going
even though
for the
you're going
deep
to have to go
dive
through
here?
it twice, but you have the credits and you know it's just a code gate.
Yeah, and this is the best time to deep dive against the Sisyphus deck, I think, is if you can land it right after the Sisyphus has been scored, which usually costs the corp quite a lot of money, and
Do you
before
think
they've
this
been
is
able
going to
to
be a deep
rebuild
dive?
their threatening board. Well, I mean, we've had an R&D and a HQ run.
Yeah, but there's no way to get through Cloud Eater without a, there's no... I guess you could break the do 3 net damage, but you're letting the corp trash one of your cards then.
Yeah, it would be a pretty bold line, that's true.
I mean, it could potentially win you the game. I think if you see an agenda here, you definitely do it. But
Mm.
trashing the Anoetic Void.
Yeah, the other thing is you'd have to see 2 of the 4 remaining
We are gonna
agendas that
see it.
looks likely.
Huh.
Wow. Big committal play here to try and land this dive. Very
Potentially just
interesting
going
given
for the
that we
win right
discarded the dive
here.
earlier.
Increasing the strength and then going to just break the 3, yeah, just break the 3 net damage and let the other 2 fire, which means that Bastardsman will get a choice of cards to blow up. I
Yeah, really interesting.
presume you just blow up one of the 2 breakers. Probably the Unity?
Yeah, I think blow up Unity, don't overthink it is probably the thing to do. But blowing up Lilypad has to be tempting, right?
Yeah.
You could also take the Gauss just to make yours server 1 airtight for at least a little while behind that Tatibola.
Mm-hmm.
Assuming the face down in archives isn't going to be an agenda. It was just put there on the Sisyphus fire. Could be a ganked, which would be very cheeky. Oh, it is. It is a Fuji. Wow.
Oh gosh. Did it
And
hit
it doesn't
it
hit the
didn't hit the
dive.
deep dive.
But the
Oh
dive
no.
whiffs. Ah!
Oh my god, and it
Wow.
whiffs. Just the single
Hits the
Regenesis! Oh my
Wow.
god.
Okay, well, if we didn't have a game before, we certainly do now.
Now this
Sisyphus on the
is...
table. Mad.
Wow. I mean, if you want to be, if you're really bold, you could just run R&D.
Yeah, just find that last point.
Here we
Yeah, we're
go,
going
as
for
I
it.
said. Just touch agendas. Oh my god, it happened! Holy cow!
Never
Ah,
punished.
what a
Incredible.
wild up and down at the end there. Just swinging back and forth wildly. Congrats to Jean for Ziad for taking that, seeing that line and just running for it and having it pay off. That was beautiful.
Yeah, a lot of things had to go his way to make that work out there, but it panned out. Really bold of Basington to discard that Fuji. Um, but you know, you have to be bold sometimes when you're playing an Archives bluffing deck.
Looks
Really
like
interesting game, really
table
fun.
5 is the only one still going, so we can go take a look at that one.
Okay.
So yeah, this is Cybershark versus Ice Cream College. This is an elimination round, so... Whew. There you go.
Okay, we have a lot of points on the board here. 6-4.
Yep. Cybershark is threatening scoring out at any moment, or just threatening stealing an agenda and instantly winning the game. 2 Fuji scored. Spin Doctor removed from game, so can't use that.
Yeah, so this is it's one of the several big golden eggs we have in our top cut here, the AU deck. But it's the only one I believe that's playing the Oppo build, which was
Yep.
again a D original from the Summer Showdown. So the threat of getting killed by end of the line here is pretty real, especially when you're sitting on so few credits.
Scary thing.
Trash that Spin Doctor, so we could get Oppo'd in the coming turn. That's a thinking that gives quite a lot of information actually, because with no ice on HQ, the only things you'd probably be thinking about are a Spin Doctor or a Moon Pool in one of these servers, which does kind of suggest that there is at least one agenda in
There's
HQ.
the Moon Pool.
Yeah, and the Moon Pool is going to fire.
Gonna fire. There's one action left, so probably not enough to get through the ice on server 11 is what's being assumed here. I mean, that could be game if this is the last remaining Fuji. I assume it probably isn't, but if it is, like, you're removing all of the agendas from HQ, pulling...
We just...
See how they run? And a Fuji. Okay, so it's not a Fuji, whatever is in there. So you know that you're not going to immediately lose the game.
Well, but you could do if it's see how they run. Which I assume we're on 3 copies of. We are. So see how they run into end of the line here.
Sure.
Is a kill. Which means the runner has to draw up last click to stay alive.
That, yeah. There's one face down card in Archives. Theoretically, Regenesis could win.
True, although it would be really bold to leave a face down after you've fired your Moon Pool. But maybe that's desperate
especially
times.
on 6 points. Definitely not the play I would make, but gambling is fun. I support anyone gambling.
Oh, really tense last click here for Cyber Shark. Do you play around the see how they run? Do you play around the Genesis? Or I believe the way that Moonpool's worded, right? This could be any card. Yeah. It doesn't have to be an advanceable card. So this could just be 2 advancements on a Bladderwort just to bluff.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and actually the end of the line is in Archives, I'm just realizing. So I believe it's only on this deck's only on 1 copy. Oh no, we've gone to 2. Oh, interesting. So slight change from D's deck. We're up to 2 end of the lines over Oppo Research. So that threat is still live.
Thinking very carefully about what you do here. You can't always... Yeah, I was going to say, you can always just hit R&D and hope. Oh, there it is. Yep.
That'll do it.
That works.
Wow.
Alright, so
Yeah.
Cybershark going on. Ice Cream unfortunately eliminated, even though cutest possible icon. But well done to both players. Tight game.
Really tight.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna ask
A
in
couple
chat
of
real quick.
interesting genetic games there.
Server 11. Looks like there was an end of the line in hand, and there was a sing in hand. See how
Is
they
this see how
run.
they
Yeah,
run?
there was a see
So
how
the
they run.
threat
So
doesn't
that
work.
would have been
Yeah.
death with the end of the line if this hadn't paid off. Yeah,
Wow.
well done. Right, and that is the end of this. So going back to our bracket, that is going to be Cybershark and Kabloosh have both moved on, and Ruben Pieters and Jot going forward as well. So next round we will probably be watching either Cybershark or Kabloosh up against one of the two, against Basserton or Caesar this round. We'll see who makes it. I'm excited to see.
We've had our first eliminations now, down the top 6 of the 8, and that will
You're right.
start to get trimmed pretty quick here. So
This was all
starting
runner
to get to the chop.
wins.
It was, wow, getting revenge from the slightly corp-heavy first round.
Right. Let me check if they're going to go right into the next round or just going to wait out the rest of the timer. Right. Yep. A new bracket that I can post. Get that pulled up on stream for us. Yeah, this round was all runner wins. I'm gonna show off the results of this round real quick while I get the bracket set up.
Hey Nick, nice to see you.
Hello. Hope you are enjoying the stream. Excited to show off more Netrunner as the day goes on. Yeah, it looks like we're going to be going to the next round pretty quickly.
Perfect.
So, Bastion versus Cybershark and Kabloosh versus Caesar, both fighting to stay in the game. Excited to see who can make it. There have been some very fun games. I have to say, as much as I struggle with the meta right now, with all the Alcos and such, it's very, very fun to watch with so many forks and so many different possible ways to randomly die and such.
Yeah, absolutely. I understand the kinds of complaints people leverage against cards like Deep Dive and Regenesis, but boy, do they create exciting moments as a spectator. Really, really dramatic stuff in some of those Jinteki games.
Looks like we have about a 5-minute break, so I am going to quickly go and take a minute to just get some water and such. If you want to take a short break, and we will be back in about 5 minutes for the round 3.
Perfect.
And I will see y'all then. Don't go anywhere. Hello, we are back. Next round will be starting in just a second. Excited to see how this one goes. Well, once again, I am Juniper Theory, she, her. I'm joined. Want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, hi, Cobra Bubbles. Any pronouns will do. Enjoying the Netrunner.
Yeah. We have, in the losers bracket, we have Caesar on Hoshika and Kabloosh on the Egg. The Egg. The extremely hated online Egg.
Oh, I'm a big fan of the egg, personally. It's just fun to say, get an egg counter whenever you do anything, basically.
Personally, I
And it
enjoy the
draws
Egg a
more power.
lot. I just know people
Mhm.
online are angry about it. But then again, I also enjoyed PE, and people online hated that card. So
Yeah, Jinteki is the faction everyone loves to hate, right?
there will always be exactly one Jinteki ID that everyone despises.
Looks like we have got mulligans on both sides here. And the classic click one spin doctor after a mulligan from Kabloosh.
I can zoom back in, but I'm gonna regret it in just a second. Early Hansai review.
That's nice, at least.
Very standard start from AU, which I usually expect to go more wide early.
Yeah, the HQ ice is an interesting tell. Kind
Mhm.
of suggests agendas, given that this is open deck lists. We know that there's no transfer of wealth or anything particularly threatening in the Hashiko.
Yep.
Um,
It does mean that if the Hoshiko
this-
can find the Bonkar, I presume the Hoshiko is on, it'll really make a
yeah,
difference potentially.
yeah, this like presumably every Hashiko in the tournament was on 3 banker, but it is also on some interesting choices. This is the very rare case of a 2 console runner. Augustus is on 2 copies of Kiko and 1
Ooh.
copy of Demolisher,
Trashing the
which I
cohort and then
assume is for this matchup.
going to go back for the hostile architecture, going very low on cards, losing a steel skin, which you love to see, losing a Keiko, which you like to see a little bit less, but still. Getting a Rising
Yeah, it's
Tide
costing
onto
us
the
a bit.
table.
Costing us a bit of money to change the board there, but we've got Paladin Hashiko ticking, so we're gonna have you gone. Augustus learning in real time the text of Ayuko. It does in fact fire off of meat damage. And cool.
Making more servers. Good old-fashioned asset spam. My favorite strategy in Netrunner.
Something else that this Hashiko has is 2 copies of Airblade X JSRF edition, which is there we see it come down now, in fact, which as well as comboing with Bankar, just quite nice in this matchup where you
Uh-oh.
can prevent damage from stings and Fujis and things.
That's an early
Oh, we've
moon
got
pool.
an
Is this
aggressive
going to
moonpool
score
here,
something
though.
out?
This
Or
could
is
be
it
a
just being
Genesis score,
used
right?
to shuffle stuff in hand back in? Not revealing anything in archives. Not. Huh. Was that to
Oh,
set up a
this
Regenesis?
right, because it's you've not trashed any cards on your turn, just
Yep, there it
on the
is.
runner's turn.
4
Cool.
points. Ooh. What a play. Amazingly done. Using the moon pool
Very
solely
nice.
to trash something from hand on the runner's turn.
Yeah, and also taking advantage of the one maybe the most real downside of Hashiko, which is sometimes you flip over on turn 2 and you're telegraphing pretty hard that you want to flip back the next turn, right? So you kind of know as the corp you often have a window to get away with something there on the turn that they're disinclined to make runs. But then where do we go from here is always the question. For AU, made one big play, but 4 points is not 7, and we do not have a lot of credits or really anything going for us
Just has to
at
do
this
it one
stage
more
to kind of
time.
capitalize on that.
Hoshiko
True.
getting
Yeah.
a Gachapon down, getting a Fermenter with it. Demolisher is fascinating here. It might honestly be worth it, but it is notably not going to be removed from the game.
Yeah, I think I was looking at that. So yeah, as I briefly mentioned, the Hashiko here is on two consoles. We see the Kiko removed and the Demolisher went back in. But presumably Demolisher is here exactly for this kind of situation, right? It helps you out with the assets. And this deck's also on Azuma and I think Fencer. Um, so a lot of respect for asset decks, which in this cut that's mostly made up of Bladderwort, Obs, and AUs,
Blood
that
in the
looks like a
water,
pretty healthy
naked on the
choice.
table.
Wow.
Blood in the water, naked on the
Oh, two
table
of them.
twice? Oh my god. There's a
Yeah,
Reaper
Reaper makes
function.
sense. Yeah, I mean, we could have potentially had some kind of situation where you were scoring 4 points there and just
Wow.
closing the game with a Reaper,
Yeah.
maybe a Fart in service 6.
I mean, I feel like you've seen the runner kind of ignore assets on the table for a little bit, and you say, well, I'll just win the game right here. And the unfortunate thing is, if it doesn't pay us off, this happens.
Yep. Yeah, that 4 point lead now obliterated back to 4
Yeah, the
for
runner
reach.
is in fact playing Demolisher in this deck. Front Company being played, trying to force the runner into a central server. You don't have a code gate breaker right now, but you do have two other breakers.
Yeah, but you also, as AU, you don't have a lot of money to actually threaten ice reses if they do decide to run HQ and R&D. And equally, you're not threatening a great deal on the board.
True.
The server 6 has been here for a while, probably isn't something you're hugely worried about as the runner. So potentially a nice clean turn to flip your Ishika down here.
Getting out of Spin Doctor.
Yeah, so now, clicking for credits is not our fave. You'd really rather be jamming a couple of economy assets here, using that front company to make them more difficult to get to and starting to establish your economy. But as it is, we're just on the old basic action economy.
Mhm. Going for that server 1 run, presumably from HQ run. Ooh, an enemy.
Yeah,
Able to
the
prevent it
Airblade
with
doing
Airblade.
its work. Yeah.
Getting in. There's a Regenesis.
Oof,
Oh. Wow, that is a lot of
very
points
swingy
scored
game.
very quickly by Caesar.
Yeah.
Trashing that
And we
front
didn't even
company.
use the 20 counters.
We are gonna see Spin Doctor come out. You could make a run on R&D right here and just go for the win, potentially. Nope, just going to take the
Sure,
money
Gamble's
and
a
run.
good
I mean,
compromise.
the Corp does not have much money here. You probably have a turn to wait either way, so...
Yeah, they can't even pull the old AU trick of dumping a petty cash start of turn because they're less than 3 credits. We are going to jam some stuff here, but you assume the runner's pretty happy to come and pick up these assets if that's what they are. We've got a 10 credit fermenter coming in to pay us back for whatever trash costs we pay.
Runner just gonna check every single one of these?
Yeah, worst case is probably my virus,
Ooh,
but
and
as it
there's
is,
the
it's just 3
boy.
damage assets that you can clear. You could choose to leave the boy, given that there are going to be relatively few agendas scored in the rest of the game, but Augusta's deciding to play it safe here and taking those 10 credits.
With a 5 point fermenter, I think you have the space to not take your chances on that.
Interestingly, discarding or trashing the Bankar from Paladin.
Finding a
See the
hostile
hostile.
architecture.
Yeah, trashing it while it can't be rezzed is pretty nice upside. And now we've got a clean board, the corp clicking for credits. You just want to spend your companion credits here and carry on making value as Hashiko. Get a HQ sweep if we want. We've got 320 counters to spend.
Yep, using the twinning to just see every card. Hostile architecture, Reaper function. Assume I'm gonna blow up the Reaper function. Yep.
Makes sense.
Letting the hostile stay because it's just so expensive. The corp would have to pay all of your money to bring it. And that is a full
Wow,
breaker suite now, so you can get into R&D.
yeah,
Next turn, we're gonna see 3 cards on R&D, and that could be game. Corp does have the money to res whatever's there now, though.
it's nice. But getting that full discount Buzzsaw with 4 piloting credits, that's very nice. Don't see that very often. Probably get to take a flip down turn here. No, we are pressuring R&D. Yeah, another low value anemone with the blades eating up a damage. Losing a chart room though, that's a pretty important card to lose. There it is.
There it is. Yep. Just saw agenda. That incredibly bold blood in the water play was very cool, but also just the sort of gamble that can instantly lose you the game. Cool to see. Also, oof. Yeah, we did see 3 times. We did see all 3 companions. I'm so glad people are playing the companions again. Those are some of my favorite cards in Ashes. I don't like a lot of the cards in Ashes, but some of them I love, and companions are great. Well done.
Yeah, no, Augustus just really tech to the nines for this matchup actually.
Yep.
Between Airblades, Azamat, Fencer, Demolisher, Stone Ships. Like that Hashiko is very hard to kill and very good at trashing assets. So clearly came into this tournament expecting a lot of AU.
Yeah, let's check in on the Basserton game and see how that's going. Now that we finished this one. Looks like Runner is on 4 points. Corp is on 1 bladderwort. Which seems
Yeah, that's
like
how we
this
measure
Corp's
how
gonna
corps are
win.
doing, right? That's number of Bladderworts rezzed is how winning is my corp right now. Decent board state from the op here, and notably a buffer drive in the heap, which is a card you really want to try and keep safe in the matchup if you can. So that could potentially make this game kind of tough for Baston if he has to go long. He's going to run out of gas at some point. We do have an Ashen in the list as runner here, but might have to fire that off at an inopportune time, given our best way of recurring it is gone.
Firing the bladderwort,
Second
but
Bladderwort.
not getting to get the damage from it. Just getting the money.
Yeah,
Money's good.
With the runner's on 0 credits, so it's going to stick around for a while, I'd imagine. You really want to be pushing some more threats here as Cybershark while the runner's poor. Just compound the board advantage just starting to build. No, we're drawing though. So this hand a bit less than ideal, it seems. Oh wow. Really wants to keep these Bladderworts alive with the ice there. And again, it's one of the things these asset decks can do against Bankar. Generally, if you're singleizing a lot of your servers, Bankar is going to be good against you in theory. But if you can create fork situations like this where you've got 2 equally valuable servers and they can only Bankar one of them, that's taking some advantage to an extent of the card that is arguably the most powerful runner card in Standard.
On the other hand, right now, theoretically, if the runner wants to, the runner can just sit and not run anything and let this go. There isn't a ton the Corp can do about that immediately.
Yeah, again, the Corp really wanted to be presenting some more threats with that turn, but wasn't able to, and instead takes a slightly defensive line, gives the runner a bit of time to rebuild. Yeah, Shark is going to have to create a compelling, proactive game plan fairly quickly here. At some point, you want to be putting pressure on the runner to force them to start running your centrals. so that you can res this ice and then turn those bladderworts back on.
Now, presumably Shark is on measured response, I believe. Seen that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, so that's going to help, but you need to make a reason for the runner to run before that does a lot for you. And fat is a reason. We
That's
are
a
a
reason
threat
to
for
force
orb.
them to start trashing things as well, and that's something they're gonna spend a little bit of money on. Interesting.
Do have to be careful as runner here. If we decide not to trash this fat, we've got the Arzef slash and burn play threatens 4 damage from nowhere. So got to keep that hand size up or come and interact here. But again, interacting puts you in the way of getting responded in a measured fashion. So
True.
risky.
Well, technically, Orb needs 10 credits to measured response twice.
Well, two bladderworts get you to 10. Assuming you don't have to spend money on anything else here.
Yeah, that's true.
We are sitting on a loaded twinning, so we could try and make some sort of Hail Mary plays. Try and just get from 4 to 7 before this ob board can really punish you. And I like going for the archives run here rather than giving the corp the opportunity to spend money resing ice, which might put you in Bloodwort range. You could take some damage from PGB though. Jacks out. Smart. Let the Spin Doctor fire. Jack out gain 3. Interesting. Slightly punishing the corp for not clicking through to the most optimal window.
I believe that means that this doesn't count as a successful run then. So that does not mean you cannot be measured response because the run was not successful. Believe.
Correct, yeah. Oh, we're selling off a Bladderwort in favour of more cards with the Spin Doctor here. Maybe we're looking for that Azef to fast advance out, do a chunk of damage. Yeah, that Archives run, very interesting. There's a little bit of difference there in the online game versus offline. In offline play, you generally assume that you're spinning at the most optimal window where the run is committed to access already. But because JNet allows you to exactly specify which window you're doing it in, and Cybershark went for the earlier window, gave Beston that slight edge there of avoiding the successful run.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes these small edges are what makes the difference in top cut gameplay. Couple more threats for Orb coming down. That's what we were digging for, presumably. Just more things to jam on the table, make the runner's life difficult. Notably, we've got yeah, 9 total agendas in the OB here, and we're a good bit more than halfway through R&D. So with only 2 in score areas, you'd sort of be expecting 1 or 2 agendas to be floating around, either on the table or in HQ, or maybe in archives, or in R&D, where Finality is going to go and try and find them. Very interesting.
Well, that's an option, is to just win the game.
Yeah, but it's. I mean, you're taking damage from Bankar here, and then if you steal an agenda, Fat could kill you before you find the second one.
Yeah,
This is very
well,
brave.
suppose what agenda could kill you, though?
Well,
This,
Fat does 3 damage, right? Remove 2 counters.
right, but
So if you
that's...
take if this is a 2 subroutine ice, then you take damage from Bankar. Oh, never mind.
Oh, never mind, that might be game right there. Well, how much
Well,
money?
yes,
That's a
we've got
barrier, that's
Stone
gonna...
Chip on the table as well, so we're probably not outright dead to this, but
6, 7, you can break 3 subroutines. Yeah, you can break 3 subroutines. There's 2 remaining, so you're going to take 2 damage. Fat will not kill them because you are going to get you can stone ship back up, right?
yeah, it does force the Stone Chip here unless we get a Steel Skin hit. There's also a lot of money though. We're expecting not to have to spend any money on this run because of Bankar and Envelopment's got your number. We do
Getting
need
a
a Steel
steel
Skin, so
scan.
that makes life a lot easier.
Still, that definitely, I feel like that
Presumably,
takes this from maybe the end of the game to absolutely your final play.
yeah. The spin presumably going to shuffle back a couple of non-agendas, but with the twinning as well as finality, we can access 6 whole cards here. And as we were saying, there's quite a few agendas still left in the game. Two anthills going in, very nice. And here we go, 6 cards to access.
Just have to see two agendas.
3,
4,
4, 5,
5,
6.
6.
Just one.
Whoa!
Wow.
Oh no.
Brutal. And we hit with Fat. We do hit a Steel Skin there, though.
Yep.
So you can pop Stone Chip and you're not dead to single measured. You might be dead to double.
Impressive save for not being dead to double measured response, but gosh. Seeing 6 cards in R&D and not a single one's an agenda.
Yeah, chaining those Steel Skins. Very nice for Baston there. I wonder if he had both in hand or he got lucky that the first one drew him the second one. Yeah, big think now for Cybershark. If you don't just have 2 measured in hand, you have to think about what's the best way, the easiest way for me to get to the second copy.
Mhm.
Or do I have a Arzef play somehow, maybe? With this excavator on the table, we can do quite a lot of messing around to try and find what we need.
Very curious how this will end up going. There's a few outs, but not many.
Yeah, I mean, the runners outs are mostly that the Corp gets particularly unlucky.
Yeah.
But if they do, even then, you've spent a lot of money to make all this happen. So you're,
Using a cyber
looking
sand
a
to
bit
find an... Ooh,
multiple.
possibly trying to dig for a second measured, but you don't have the money for it
Yeah,
anywhere
presumably.
anymore.
Well, you've still got Excavator to fire, so you're gonna go back up to exactly 10 between Excavator and Bladderwort. I don't think either of those triggers have happened yet.
True.
Yeah, here's the turn begins. So we're gonna go up 2 cards and 4 credits here, and get an ob trigger on your turn, since the Cyber Sound was the ob trigger on the runner's turn.
Mm-hmm. Drawing a card with wall to wall. Getting $1 off a Bladderwort.
We've got no more spins to search for, unfortunately. They're all out of the game. Otherwise, we could turn this Fat or Bladderwort into 2 more cards.
What will
So yeah,
we
just
see
figuring out what
here?
this ob trigger is going to be. Presumably, you want to ob trigger because it's 1 less card in your deck that isn't measured response.
There's the mandatory
No, just
draw.
charging a face down.
Oh, right,
Okay.
Svadagor can get you the money back up.
Yeah, so we've got. If we don't have it now, we've got 1 click to draw to try and find it.
Thing is, even if you don't find it, the runner has has 2 credits. Not in a good spot.
Yeah, but 6 points is 6 points. That's the draw.
True.
So
Did we see it?
Mason staying at home, crossing his fingers, I assume. Long enough pause. Feels like we didn't draw the second measured response. Now you could fire off of the value response. You might not get another opportunity to, but that's 5 credits. Pretty big commitment. Okay.
Not finding
going
it,
to
it
the table.
seems. Just
Protecting
icing up.
R&D.
Rough to see.
So, yeah, kind of suggesting here that at least you're trying to sell the runner on the idea that you didn't draw that many agendas and that you're worried about them finding the last points in R&D. That may or may not be a bluff, but that's certainly the message we're sending. See what Baserton can do to recover economically from that big finality play that we saw. Notably, those 2 steel skins that got hit on the finality run were the last 2, and with no buffer drive, nothing short of Ashen is going to get them back. So we're going to be, just playing with the cards you have as Beston. And the core damage means that a 2 counter fat can kill with Azef. So quite a lot of lethal lines available here to the core,
Azef is your
even if they're on
biggest
a buzz
danger
run.
because Azef is the biggest issue because it means you can't just sit around and wait.
Exactly.
But you also can't run and attack the fat because you know that the measured response might be on the board. And now you can't attack it because there's the hostile.
And we finally managed to get down under the Bladderwort threshold here.
Now we're
do
going
an
to start
exchange.
bladderwording again. I pursue might. We're going to see... No,
So
both
this
of the other
could be
bladderworts are in
lethal.
the trash, so you can't go get them.
Yeah, we're just leaving the Cyber Sound on the table, using it to duck under the credits, and we do potentially have an Azef kill here with Fat. Quick plays, looks like that might be what we're going for. Oh no, interesting. That was the ob. We've obbed into a second wall-to-wall, but not resed it.
Yeah. Makes an amount of sense in that there's wall-to-wall is not necessarily what you need.
Yeah, gets it out of the deck.
Might just be looking for more agendas.
Well, there's at least one way to kill here. It does require you to have the third slash and burn, from what I can tell.
Installed. Sitting here staring, waiting to see what happens. Tense game.
It's tense. Again, a long enough pause that it's fair to assume Shock doesn't have the kill here. So just trying to find the next best line to put as much pressure on the runner, try and disincentivize them from running for those last points. We've taken a lot of cards out of R&D in the past couple of turns, so agendas are going to start building up. We're going for another install, and then a draw last click. Interesting.
Once again, every single turn you don't attack all of this stuff as Basserton is a turn that you could just instantly lose the game from not doing so. Every turn like that is a huge gamble, but possibly that gamble's worth it because just getting up enough money to attack HQ with twinning counters, attack R&D with twinning counters, you know the agendas are there. The Corp has not scored any. And you only need to see one. That's it.
Baserton definitely recognizing the luck that's led him to this position. Now I've got to really puzzle out this board state, try and figure out what the threats are. Can you respect them, or should you just be going and digging, trying to find those last points to get you over the line? This development's been ticking down in the background, so that R&D is slightly less threatening than it was. If that's where you want to go and look. Again, that's where Cybershark was suggesting the points were a turn or so ago, but a few cards drawn since then. And you also have to kind of take the read. What kind of a player is Cybershark? Would they put the losing agenda on the table here?
I know I would,
Just to
but
keep
that's
it
just me.
away.
I
Yeah.
love putting agendas on the table like that. I mean, we just saw that happen in the last game, where we literally just
Yeah.
saw players just throwing agendas on the table and then going, "If I lose, I lose."
In this case, we know that 15, everyone knows that 15 is a wall-to-wall, as per the slightly unusual ob interaction. So there's just two face downs unknown. You don't get hugely punished for checking them by anything that's in the deck, except, well, I guess you do, because measured response is a card that I'm once again forgetting about. So yeah, if you're going to make runs at all, you have to commit and probably just make as many runs as you can to try and find the points. Because at this point, the odds of not having the second measured response pretty low.
Lots of thinking.
Yeah.
There's so many agendas left, and you know they're somewhere. You just gotta find them.
As a reminder, this is an elimination game. Both these players have made it to the top 6 of our event this weekend. Very impressive runs on both sides, but they, for one of them, this will be the last game they play. Hell of a way to go out either way.
Tense game.
We've got as far as one Paladin promo trigger at the start of Basington's turn. Haven't yet taken your fermented counter or committed your Bankar. Any Magic Arena players out there will know that sometimes you judiciously manage your triggers to keep the rope on your side. But no such trouble here on JNet. The timer is just one universal timer. So unless Cybershark decides they might want to call a judge for slow play, which I don't think is warranted here particularly. Although, yeah, they are reminding now that it's been a few minutes since the start of this turn. Basington probably in a do or die situation and has to really think this out, but you can't take forever.
They do
Got to
have a
play
time
at a
limit on
speed
the round
commensurate with finishing
itself,
the game.
so
Yeah.
you need to think about that a little bit, but have the time to carefully consider all of this. It's pretty tense.
Yeah, absolutely. Wondering what the orb has installed on the table here. Actually, more excavators, more hostiles. There's a powers that be in the list. We did see two anthills shuffled back.
Yeah. Trash currently just has two Bladderworts, while Bastards Trash has most of his deck.
Okay, we've committed Bankar on
Choosing
HQ
to
here.
HQ. Reasonable choice.
Oh, interesting. We've responded to that. Oh, very nice. Very nice line. So Shark here allowing Bankar to be committed and then using a cyber sand to go and put a tithe on the chosen server to foil the Bankar. which sort of suggests that there are points in both centrals and that they just wanted to know which one was being bankcard before making the decision. They're playing a second Rising Tide to make our
Ooh.
echelon bigger.
Interesting.
Not sure what the upside of that is. There aren't any sentries in the list other than Tithe, from what I can tell. Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
just doing a slight reconsider.
Might have been trying to increase the strength of Rising Tide and forgot that it said in your heap instead of on the board like the rest, but
Yeah,
sure.
it's where Echelon is a shaper card that wants you to build out your rig. Anarch is Rising Tide is an Anarch card that wants you to throw your rig away.
And Hantu instead
So, yeah,
is going to attack HQ.
interesting. So again, Hantu is a it's redundant with the Echelon, but clearly we're keen to not lose the damage. Oh, we're playing. This is interesting. So by playing that, we guarantee that we put our Rising Tide in the trash with the Bankar damage.
Interesting.
So it's functionally a click for 1 credit per barrier broken this turn. But you paid 3 for the Hantu.
Is there anything in this deck that can deal damage instantly that you have to be worried about here?
I don't believe so. I don't believe that there are any traps. There would be, if Mavirus was installed, you could do it that way. I think that's the only possible one, and clearly there's not a Mavirus, at least on HQ right now. But now, with only 5 credits, you've got to think quite carefully about what you commit to resing here as Shark. You have to keep that measured response threat alive, and the runner has a bit of money now, so you still are going to need 2 copies. Do find get
Sandstone
the
is
sandstone.
rough, but you can get through it. That's 5.
Yeah, it's costing the runner more than it's costing you as the corp, so we don't hate that. And we've got potentially 5 credits of gain from assets on the table, from what's showing. So we can go up to 7. Oh, there it is. Finds the
There it
bottom
is.
one. Wow.
Finding it in HQ. Well done.
Nice.
Well done to all our players. Alright, so that means Basserton is going to survive. Well done to Cybershark.
Yeah.
Amazing plays here, keeping track of everything. Almost had the runner with the measured response there. Let's take a look. So that means here we have, going back to our bracket, looks like Basserton beat Cybershock, Caesar beat Kaploosh, and then Ruben Peters stays in first in the upper bracket. So that will be next up. We will have Basserton versus versus Jot coming down from the top, and the winner of that will go up against Caesar, and then the winner of that will go back up to finals against Ruben Peters. We are entering the final rounds here. Very excited.
Yeah, I think that might actually be the reverse order. We have Caesar to fight first.
Oh, okay. Caesar fights first.
Yeah, Caesar was in the lower bracket earlier than Jat, so yeah, Baston wins the right to play Augustus Caesar, one of the best players in Europe. Always a challenging thing to feel good about winning that privilege, but there it is. And then the winner of that will play Jat, and yeah, lots of interesting netrunners to play. I will commentate one more round, I think, and then I'll be off for my dinner.
That's fair. Yeah, I'll be sticking around until the end. We might have a break. I'm going to check if we have a lunch break or anything, or if we're just going through till the end. Having a good time either way, and excited to see the next round. I'm gonna head to a quick break so I can drink some water, and we'll be back in just a second. Don't go away. Yeah. Hello, and welcome back to the final few rounds of the America Megacities online tournament. I'm Juniper Theory, joined by Cobra Bubbles. We are
Hello.
here for the last round. There's only 3 to 4 games left, depending on whether we reset the bracket. It's exciting time.
Yeah, we've got a fun game coming up here. We've got Baserton, who we've just seen play Hashiko into Ob, is having to play Hashiko into Ob again. But it's a very different Ob deck, actually. This Ob is the odd one out, the Ob one out, I guess, in the cut. It's a scoring Ob. There's no Bladderwarts here. It has some humanoid resources. It's going to be jamming some smaller agendas with a Holoman, a Tucana, and then a little bit of spice. We've got the return of the Stavka half run combo. Here, Augustus deciding that it's time for this classic Ob line of play of using Stavka to fetch half run to blank a killer to trash some breakers to return. We've also got a Zato City Grid, or 2 copies indeed, to try and force through those scores or those program trashes. And we have the infamous Mitra Aman. Perhaps the card the most talked about in previous season relative to the amount of play it's had. I don't know that I've seen a single one in the top cut since the first week of the format. But Augustus, I was looking at the list trying to figure out, right, what are we doing here with Mitra? And actually, it's quite nice with half run. If you think Stavka half run is good, it both lets you overdraw and discard your half run if you draw it, and then it's still available to be put into play with Mitra.
Looks like
or you can. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Looks like the game started, so I'm going to switch us over, but you can keep talking.
Wicked.
We just have a very
Yeah,
standard install 3 guys start, so yeah.
Perfect. Yeah, the Mitra can also be used to put Stavka into play unexpectedly and then fetch half run to kind of make that combo stick. So yeah, some interesting applications potentially for the new Jinteki upgrade.
Yeah. Pretty standard start. 3 ice, raindrops cut stone right into a mask, which is about what you want to see with a raindrops cut stone. I'm curious to see how the half run gets used. Just because the deck isn't trying to kill doesn't mean it can't do some serious damage with like Stavka and other things like that.
Yeah, I mean there is one, I believe, exactly 1 damage subroutine. Oh, there's tithes as well, so that it is possible.
And is there measured response?
There's no measured response, no.
So
relatively
response.
little damage. If you take a risk, you could get Zato Boomied for a core damage. It's technically possible for this deck to kill the runner, but not very likely.
Fair.
You see some classic Ob stuff here, repositioning ice with extract to after we protected HQ on turn 1. Now we make a push in server 1 behind this Fly Swatter, which presumably is more of a Bankar shield than anything else.
Yeah.
Kind of suggests no further agendas in HQ because there's a compilation, so runners kind of incentivized to go poking around, but obviously Augustus is happy to let them in here. And the runner's probably going to try and flip down instead.
Runner can pretty easily see anything in HQ, so...
Let's find a Zato. Won't mind getting rid of that, I imagine.
Puts it cups, the Zato,
but this does mean
and HQ is now empty enough that you don't really need to worry about it. Ooh. Early score out of off the books with an agenda counter. So I can zoom back in.
Oh, interesting. Interesting choice here to fetch the anthill.
Immediately getting an anthill.
This into value. Yeah, turning this into value rather than into more points. Which is a choice, certainly. I guess, yeah, if we fetched and scored a second agenda, then we'd be pretty low on credits, so just getting the econ up first.
Early. Drawing up. Putting down some ice. Just gonna wait it out. You have the time to spare.
We got Bankar and Boomerang combining here to see if we can get to this anthill. Pretty heads up plays. There are quite a few effective cards this anthill could turn into here. Holoman, Regolith, Tucana.
to. Two cards in
So
that
with
server.
with one Zato out, there are 4 other upgrades available. The second Zato, Tucana, Holoman, or the Mitra.
Mhm. All of
Um,
which are worrying,
so
honestly.
yeah, exactly. Especially in open deck lists,
Yeah.
the threat of Mitra here actually a little bit concerning.
Sandstone
It's
definitely what you
potentially
want to
spooky.
see with a Bonkar. Gonna clear
We're seeing
HQ. Ooh, taking an Azef. Tying it up.
trashing the humanoid resources as well, which Augustus would probably have liked to have for
Humanoid
some
resources is so
rebuild
good in
here.
Knob. It's fantastic to get to trash them.
Yeah, really fun.
Augusta's on 2
Augustus.
credits.
Yeah,
I know
so
with
that makes this
Resna.
R&D run pretty free. Gets away with it.
Oh, and there's
There's
the
the
other
other
humanoid resources. Never mind.
Very
Oh,
nice.
getting a Mitra with humanoid resources. Ooh, I
Now
haven't
that
seen
is
that done
cheeky.
before.
Yeah.
Usually I see people get spin doctors because it gives you more cards you can draw with your more cards to draw at the beginning. Playing an extra to trash the sandstone. Oh, might have
No, it's gonna.
failed to
Yeah.
realize that the trigger's already happened, so you don't get to redo that.
Yeah, this is the awkward part of humanoid in orb is that your best operation in orb is is extract generally, but humanoid also tries itself on the same turn, so you're gonna miss one ob trigger either way if you fire the extract off of your humanoid. Looks like we're gonna need a little judge question here to see if we can if we're actually allowed to take back humanoid or not, because obviously we fetched with orb, which means there's been a shuffle. So the judge needs to make a call on whether it's acceptable to unshuffle R&D, as it were, and then
Might just be
reshuffle
able to
it.
reconstruct the board state and take the credits away from the extract and put the sandstone back. We'll see.
Yeah, it's a tough one because the shuffle happened before cards were drawn from humanoid. So
True.
the the you could, and obviously I think Augustus is being quite honest here, but you could imagine a world where a corp decided to take this back because they didn't like the cards they drew from humanoid, um, which would be angle shooting and obviously not allowed.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're just going to fix this manually instead of trying to risk the reshuffle. Again, in paper this would be much easier because obviously you don't do any automatic shuffling in paper play. This is just a JNet issue. Just going to manually rebuild this board state and see if Augustus is going to overwrite a different card with the extract.
Yeah, so that's pretty yeah, so that is resetting everything without actually changing the without having to undo it. So doing the
Yeah, nice
manual
fix
fixing
there.
not too hard if you're just changing which card you trash.
Pretty heads up from Augustus as well to be familiar enough with JNet to realize that. I know I certainly would have probably just undo clicked there and then realized, oh balls, I've made a bit of a mistake.
It's so easy when you're playing casually and you just keep doing it. Gonna hit HQ again.
Get those leech
Losing a
counters. Get that
buzzsaw.
down.
That buzzsaw could
We see
potentially matter. See.
Yeah, and we see the second fly swatter as well. So we now have an option to put this second fly swatter on the remote, and that now requires a buzzsaw and threatens a purge on the leech and the sandstone.
A little bit scary. Oh. Scoring out again? Scoring an
Second
Azef. Wow. 4 points so quickly. And getting a Tucana trigger.
We hit 2 more ice breaking solutions, a hand to and a
Ooh.
boomerang.
That
Seeing that
boomerang.
boomerang go has got to feel really good. Yeah.
This potentially lets you put another ice on server 1, and then at that point, like, you've gotten rid of so many ice breaking things. The runner's gonna have genuine trouble getting in there.
Yeah, it's going to become a real race for who can get to the agendas first at that point.
Especially given that there is probably... Nope, gonna put it on R&D instead. Uh, Given that there is a unknown upgrade in that server, which I'm assuming is a Zato?
Yeah, it
Is
has to
there...
be
Yeah.
Zato or Holoman. Um, you kind of assume if it was Holoman, we would have seen it used there
Might be
of
trying
the
to
score. So
threaten out the Zato, keep it a secret for now. No
yeah, there's
icebreakers
definitely
coming down
options to
on
disguise.
the runner's side.
And the ice on R&D here, suggesting that Augustus recognizes that even though his remote is pretty impressive into what the runner's got going on, there's a potential that the runner can get to the agendas before Augustus themselves can. So put that ice on R&D just mean that at least it isn't trivial to run through with Bankar. Although I tell a lie, as we remove the second ice for your extract value. So maybe this means we have drawn another agenda. No, we're just going to replace the ice. Okay, fair enough.
See where this goes.
Yeah, that has the upside of you now put a face down ice into archives. The runner doesn't know what it is, but they know that it's a face down ice, which means they have to respect Mitra bringing back a Stavka or something else threatening. Nice little mind game there.
Twinning gonna let you see every card in HQ. The HQ is just an open book right now. Runner can get into it, see basically everything there whenever they want. Corp has given up on protecting it. That Afshar will help, potentially. I mean, putting on an Afshar means it's going to cost a little bit, but the runner has so much money right now. Well, I guess currently you don't have a way to break through it, it's going to cost cards. Runner still has no icebreakers.
Yeah, I got to be a bit worried about that as basis 10. Augustus deploying the classic Shaper U, as we used to call it, where you just protect R&D and their remote against Shaper because you weren't worried about HQ pressure. These days, that's a bit less true of Shaper with cards like Burner and Capellation seeing a lot of play. But Anarch, Reg Anarch, still not the best at threatening HQ. So if you just need to windmill
There it
your
is.
agendas into the remote, this is the way to do it. And we're threatening to win it.
Yeah, just pushing out as fast as possible. That was what I was hoping would happen here. Just you have that unknown thing, which is presumably a Zato now. The runner has no icebreakers. I don't know if there's a way out of this, to be frank.
No, it's tough. We have a pinhole in the deck. So
If
you
you
could,
have the
if you've
pinhole,
got,
you could trash the Zato.
and then you can jam your Rising Tide. If you have both of those cards, then you
Yeah,
can
you
get
would need a
in.
pinhole and a rising tide, I think.
Or Boomerang, I guess.
Yeah.
But then you get Mitred and have to deal with whatever Mitra serves you
Right, see.
instead.
So I think you need the rising tide and you need that face down card to be another barrier.
Yeah. And Mitra can
It's
come from HQ as well, so a lot of
oh,
options
that's
to deal
true,
with.
yeah. And we know there's an Afshar in HQ, so yeah, I don't know if there's a way to win here. Let's see. There's a light the fire. Light the fire. If you included light the fire in your deck, you could have won.
I don't see one in the deck list, unfortunately.
Light the Fire is a terrible card, except for the moment when you realize that if you had put Light the Fire in your deck, you would have won the game. That's how it
I
always
think it's
works.
kind of good.
I
I've been
like Light the
enjoying it in this
Fire.
season.
I think
Yeah,
it deserves
it's a
more
much
respect.
much better card with border control and Ag Infusion rotated. It's much harder
Mm.
to deal with. Something else that Baserton does have though is finality, which we saw him play to great effect in an earlier game. So if you can set up to just try and go for the Hail Mary, you've got 120 counter here, you can make another one, dig 6 on R&D, try and find those 5 points. But you still need an answer to a barrier in order to do that.
Wondering what's in hand here that could potentially save you.
Yeah, Icebreaker's definitely top of the list for uh, what Basington wants for Christmas here. Not seen any Fractors yet in the game, so still, I believe, 2 copies of Rising Tide. Yep, 2 copies of Rising Tide or 1 of Boomerang to find.
They got plenty of time to play. It's real early in the game, but that just makes it that much more stressful that we're already threatening the end.
Yeah, really effective play from Augustus, but they did get a little lucky here having to just getting those agendas at the right times, not having too many in HQ while Basington was pillaging that server and getting them to jam in the remote just before Basington was ready.
Yeah, especially with how much Basington's been hitting HQ, having that draw of the presumable 3-2 at the exact moment that they needed it was fantastic luck. Maybe I shouldn't say
Yeah, I
luck,
mean
maybe it's
that's
just all skill.
well, yeah. That's funny with a deck like this. Sometimes, a rush deck, it can look incredible, and then after the game, you might feel like, even as the core player, you might feel like, well, my cards kind of came out in the right order. I high rolled, as it were, right? I got the high percent match. My deck did what it needed to do for a fast deck in the early game. But players like Augustus, who really have that very high level of technical ability, can make that they make their own luck, right? In the way that we say, by which I mean they they can find the situation that is most likely to reward them for the good draw.
Yeah.
Without giving up too much equity if the draw is bad, which is one of the kind of hidden skills of a deck like this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oof, the price hits the pinhole and hits no breakers. That is grim.
Oh,
We do have it in hand there.
going
We
for the
found the finality.
finality.
Okay. Found
Just
the
going
backup.
for it. That
Now,
is a way to possibly win.
and again, incredible that for the second time we're seeing Basington finality through an envelopment with
Oh my
Banker
gosh.
in
I
as many
mean,
rounds.
you take it. You just go through it.
Yeah, listen, you've got the cards.
Yeah. Doesn't once again you have to say I think this is exactly what happened to Baserton before. You have to say, well, I think the game is over here if I don't.
Yeah, I mean, last time Basington only needed 2 steals to win, saw 6 cards and only found 1. This time you need, well, 2 if you find an SDS, maybe 3. But we know with a pretty high degree of certainty that there aren't any agendas anywhere other than R&D. It's just the 3 and score areas, the one on the table. Feels like we've been telegraphed pretty hard that Augustus isn't holding anymore, so that leaves, gosh, what, 7, 8 still in R&D? No,
Let's see
9
where this
total in the
goes.
deck, so 5 in R&D. Not as bad as I thought.
All right, here's the chance. You're gonna get to see 7 cards. That's a lot of cards. 7 or 8.
6, I think.
6.
2 twinning plus 3 finality plus 1 base.
Okay, 6. Yeah. 3,
2, 3,
4,
4. Oh my lord,
5,
5,
6.
6.
Oh,
Wow. Incredible.
1.
Exactly mirroring. That's
Oh,
like exactly the same run he made in the
that
last
happened
game.
to the last game
Finality.
as well.
Yeah. Whiff on 5 cards, find 1 on the 6th. Incredible. Now, let's see if Augustus is bluffing, because this might not be a 3-pointer.
It
If
could
this
be
is a 2-pointer, the game goes on.
No, it was the 3-pointer.
Oh, we
There you
got there.
go.
We got there. Oof.
GG. Well done. It's amazing to see the exact same thing happen to Bastards twice in one day. Very
Yeah, that's wild.
wow. Good plays though. Very well done playing to the outs. I mean, you heard me being like, I don't know how you can get out of this, but finding that finality will do it.
Yeah.
Well done.
Yeah, gave himself the best chance. Really, really impressive play from both sides there.
Well done. All right, so if we look back at our bracket, that means Cybershark is going to head forward. And actually, do I have a check the recent one? Yes, this one does not have. Let me say that this is not the most recent bracket. It doesn't have the recent games. So yeah, next game will be Bastion versus Augustus Caesar. Very exciting.
That will be Augustus
Didn't
versus
think
Zia,
it.
I think, right? We just saw Buston.
Oh wait, yeah, we just saw that. Yeah, sorry. Augustus versus Yacht. I woke up too early this morning. Thank you for correcting me.
It's okay. Yeah, no problem.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah, with that exciting last game, for me anyway, I'm going to shoot off and have some dinner as it's getting a little late over here.
Sounds good. Okay, I will see you around.
Yeah, thanks very much and enjoy the rest of it. I'll be watching on.
Thank you so much. Yeah. We'll be starting in just a second as soon as the players are ready. Let me take a look. Yeah, game should be starting in just a minute. Not sure exactly when, but as soon as it does, that'll be very exciting. We have Caesar versus Yacht. I'm excited to see how it goes. And then winner of that goes back to Top Cut to see if they can reset the bracket. Love to see a bracket reset. Well, fun games today. Alt? I'm sorry, I don't know what tie this. Let me see. Let me switch over to a brief break while we wait for that game to get set up. I'll be right back. See you in just a second. Alright, and we're back with the final game. Going to hopefully have some people joining. We'll see in just a second. In the meantime, our final, semi-final game before the final round, final of losers, well, lower bracket. We have Hoshiko versus the Egg. I'm gonna pull up the deck list real quick so we can take a look at those. Quick second to grab those. Yeah, here they are. So this is the notably. Oh, don't want the. Well, I can pull them up here. Notably, this is the Hoshiko that has the running Demolisher, famously. This is now we want to go to is that versus Caesar's Hoshiko. So let's go to Caesar's Hoshiko. Famously, the Hoshiko that is running Demolisher and has a bunch of people saying, why are you running Demolisher? But seems to be doing work against all these asset decks. Versus, of course, the Jot deck. I'm going to tell them we are good to go. Jot Egg deck. Pull the deck list up somewhere else so I can keep referencing them.
Hello, hello.
Hello, and we are joined by Ice Cream College, who was in the top cut. Wow.
Do I sound okay or
Yeah, you sound great.
okay? Then I just click watch? I've been told not to watch games.
No, you can watch. You can watch. Yeah,
Okay,
you're on
okay, perfect.
commentary. You're allowed to do that.
Okay, perfect. Hello, how are you?
I'm doing well. Excited to see this match.
Awesome.
Well,
Yeah.
let me double check the bracket. You
I came
you
in
went up
eighth.
against
I got
Cybershark. You were up against Cybershark
yeah.
and against Ruben Peter. So you didn't play you didn't play these players in the top cut. Did you play either of them in the normal bracket?
No, I did not. I didn't play them in either phase of this tournament. However, I have played Augustus and Zayat before, and I do
Mhm.
talk to them regularly. Very, very elite level players, I would say.
Yeah, definitely seems like it. Maybe we
I'm
should
just
all be
trying to pull up.
reconsidering running Demolisher.
I know, I saw that and I said, someone actually did it. Someone actually committed. I love it though.
It's very fun.
I just want to make sure I have the decks in front of me.
Yeah, I can post. I can send you the deck list if you. Well, you
Yeah,
should
yeah.
already have that.
And we're going.
All right, let's
Oh
see. So,
man, what an amazing start.
ooh, immediately getting the boy out. Oh,
Mhm.
that's so
Yeah, from
fast.
here, it's just so nice when you have the start because you're just able to accrue Alco counters like right away.
Hmm.
So we'll see what this ice is. If it's a Samak, I'm gonna be pretty sad as the runner.
Looks like it's not even getting rezzed though.
It's
Not what you want to
no.
see.
I don't think Samak is in the deck list, so that's
Oh
totally
shoot,
on me.
happens. Let's see. Yeah, great start by the Corp, but immediately countered by an early Boomerang
Oh,
and an
yeah.
early Fermenter. Ouch.
Mhm.
You don't necessarily have to worry about I always, whenever I see egg, my brain shifts into PE mode, and I immediately start thinking of all the
Yes.
PE like all the PE loss
Mhm.
conditions, and I have to like push myself back onto. No, wait, those don't exist anymore. I can't lose to Sting being 2 damage randomly. Uh,
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That opening a fought and
mhm.
iced with an unknown card is usually is a sting, and you kind of
Yeah,
you either have this amazing opening by Augustus, and you're able to sort of defuse the bomb, so to speak, defuse the boy, because that server two is most likely a sting, and if you run it, you just give Alco two counters. But Augustus is just it was just a spin doctor. But Augustus is just playing this so well, getting these fermenters down. And by turn four, it's the dream where you're gonna have flip Hosh, and you're gonna have a 3 counter fermenter, and you're gonna dare the corp to purge.
yeah. Notably, this 2 fermenters out with so much money. Notably, right
Mm-hmm.
now and also I don't believe. Yeah, there is no. Well, there's one Fly Swatter is the only Virus Purge
Mm-hmm.
card in Jot's
Yeah,
in
no
Zot's thing.
Mav,
So
so you can be pretty liberal with your fermenters here. You can kind of just put them out, and as long as you don't run ice, which I don't think Augustus is looking to do right now, you can pretty much guarantee you have these big fermenters. Yeah,
yeah,
Augustus is just playing this so aggressive because they're just absolutely locking down the whole kill grinder aspect.
hmm.
And Zayat's
Oh,
Alco
uh-oh.
really wants to score
Oh,
fast.
that's that is that. Oh, well, you have the Airblade. How much Airblade is print one
So
net
that'll
damage?
just completely negate it. So
Yeah,
that's just a 5 res card for nothing.
yep. It does get rid of the Airblade entirely, but yeah, that turns off an Airblade. Oof. Huh. Swapping the Tatu
Okay, at
Bolo for
least we haven't
money.
had.
What was being hidden in here? Oh, an off-world office. Yeah, notably, this deck is running 3 off-world offices, 2 Regenesises,
Yes,
and 3 Stings. Uh,
and 3 Fujis and 3 seamless launches and 2 Hollow Men.
yeah, it's
So really,
much more like
really
score focused than a lot of the things we've seen. No
absolutely.
Bladderworts, no like plan to slowly ping down the runner with Reaper functions. Just ice
Yeah.
scoring and the boy, the world's worst boy.
Mm. And this strategy works so well especially in Swiss, because like you were talking about, you see egg and you're immediately scared of running,
Mhm.
but you use that as your advantage as corp. You just can score behind one piece of ice because people are scared of Seisenton.
Yeah,
And then you're just on 4 points right away.
it can definitely be dangerous it can definitely be dangerous when people can see your deck list though, because they know I don't have to worry about Reaper function, I don't have to worry about
Exactly.
everything. But
Mm-hmm.
we'll see how well it can hold up. I think it's an interesting line for egg, especially because I always appreciate decks that are going to actually try and score.
Yeah, because there was a Plutus version that was going around. Oop, it looks like we're definitely checking archives to try to avoid a Fuji flip play.
Notably, also only one Saisenton in the deck, and
Oh yeah.
we saw Caesar posting Atini to check what Atini did, presumably to see,
Mm-hmm.
okay, how much does it cost? Am I safe from this if I run?
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Yeah, Augustus is just playing this so well. This Alco, what you want to do is you just want to turn off threats. That's priority number one. And if you can avoid them getting counters, you're golden because they're relying on scoring agendas or Hansai review. And most of the agendas actually in Zayat's list don't deal damage, so it's more so tempo, econ.
yeah. It very much seems like Caesar's paying very close attention to every single possible kill in the deck and making
Mm-hmm.
sure, okay, what are they? How can I avoid them? How much can I push? Applying the maximum amount of pressure while paying attention to that.
Exactly, yeah. And that's really what you need to do. First Alco is you just need to deal with the threats while also making sure the counters stay low.
Yeah. And let's see.
Just drawing up. As long as there's nothing in archives and things are behind ice, you can be relatively safe. There could be a seamless in HQ. I don't think we've poked that yet. But just being cognizant of the Hosh flips, and Fermentor's a really good card. And with the Paladin, also a really good card.
There's a boy. Cohort guidance program. I mean, that's a way to fast advance.
Way to fast advance, but more importantly, right now, I think Zayat has this is the first Alco trigger, if I'm not mistaken,
Yeah.
and it's turn 5.
Alco hasn't triggered
So,
once, which is rough.
yeah.
You want to be using that a lot to draw cards. It's so much of your card
Mm-hmm.
advantage, and only seeing it on turn 5 is a really rough start.
And that's how you can also easily pitch important agendas like a Fuji to set up the Fuji flip play.
Mhm.
When you score Regenesis, flip it. I just call it Fuji flip. Oh,
Double advancing?
interesting. In action.
Um, Probably a sting, I presume then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Letting the runner potentially trigger that stone ship in case like you desperately didn't want to lose a card in hand, I presume.
Yeah, for sure. But again, that's seems like that's just kind of Zayat's best play right now because again, Augustus is just playing so well. Unfortunately for Buzzsaw, Atini is 5 strength, so you have to be a little careful. So Augustus would like to get their leech drawn at some point.
Mhm.
However, I don't think they're stressing too hard. And
And there's a Fuji. Oh gosh, that is
Yep.
5 points.
Yep.
Losing a boomerang and a Keiko. That boomerang could matter, but right now they're just going so fast.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And that was most likely from the Alco. So
Mhm.
that score, that Sting, server 1 is most likely a Regenesis.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean it's turn 7 on Zayat, and they're already looking potentially at elimination after if Augustus can just touch the right card.
Yeah. Really well played.
Mm-hmm.
The Sting score is interesting, especially because it does put a little bit of pressure and a little bit of just fear on the runner, because now
Mm-hmm.
potentially something could be a you run, I res boy, you see a Sting, you take a bunch of damage. You're gonna have to be a little bit more careful
Right.
there.
But what's really tough now is even if they steal a Sting, they're on 6, so the next one is effectively blank.
You can only do it once now.
Yeah.
Petty Cash. Great card. Love Petty Cash.
Petty Cash is good. People don't like it, but I think it has its place. It's
I
sort of like a subliminal, you know, esque card, neutral econ.
maybe just because I really like playing Nuvum and I like playing Plutus. I really like it. I find it I
Yeah,
find
yeah,
it
yeah,
I find it more
exactly.
fun than Subliminal. A lot of that I
Yeah.
will freely admit is just because I was really bad at playing Subliminal
Mm,
and would constantly forget that I had Subliminal to play and just be like,
yeah,
"Oh, yeah,
they're
okay.
both.
I Oh, wait, I forgot to play my Subliminal this turn. Damn it, over and over
Oh
again."
yeah,
So
they're both
not having to
annoying
do that is nice.
in different axes, but I think Petty Cash is a little more interesting than
Yeah.
Subliminal. So yeah, I mean, honestly, if I'm Zayat, I've brought Alco to 2 tournaments now. If looking at this board state, if I was Zayat, I'm really just taking every minute I can to sort of think about my outs here
Yeah.
because Augustus is too good of a player to die to just random damage.
Mhm.
So they're really trying to figure out a way how to get the W out of this. Okay.
2 cards in server 1. That potentially being that Regenesis that we saw, or that we presumed was there. We don't know if it's there, but that
Mhm.
was our presumption.
Oh my goodness. Yep. And just now Augustus has all 3 breaker types,
Yep.
can run relatively freely. For Zayat say to hope this is a big ice, and it is.
It
It's in a
is a big
teeny.
ice. That's going to cost all credits to get through, I believe. Oh, just going to let it
And just
fire.
letting it fire. Mm-hmm.
Hmm? Get in.
Yeah, saving
Hollow
8
Man
credits, the
and a
Hollow Man and the
Regenesis. Oh,
Regenesis. Yeah, Zayat's.
this is a
Yeah,
bad place to be.
this is a very, very bad place.
Yeah.
Because now
Not sure.
all of your agendas are effectively blank
Mhm.
if the runner steals them. So Fought is essentially not a good out here because that would
Fought,
also involve scoring, and
Fought
they
is
can just check every server.
Fought does very little. Your stings do nothing now.
One of your Hollow Men just got trashed.
Yep.
Yeah. And it's tough because you really don't want to ice Central's Zalco. I know Zayat has a lot of money, but a lot of this ice costs 7, 6 for Bato. So you can't just res everything right now. You have to be a little smart about your reses. And
See where this goes.
yeah, they do have. I do see Zayat has 2 moon pools in their deck that haven't been shown. So
That can
potentially,
help a
maybe there
lot.
could be some sort of fast advance. Yep. I think Zayat smelling or sensing that this game's going completely off the rails. Sort of just hail marrying maybe another
Mhm.
Regenesis score because there's
Could
2 in
be.
the deck.
Just assuming that the runner won't go through all of that again.
Exactly. Yeah. I don't know if Hoshiko's really good, Anarch's really good. If there's only one steel skin gone, so if you're asking me to run through some ice and trash some cards as Hoshiko to win the game, I'm fine with that. Getting the econ up. Okay.
Checking the main just to see if you can just win off of that.
Mhm.
That'll let you in no
And there's
problem.
Bear Blades. Yep. And for 1 credit in a card, you just walk through in a teeny. And this could be it. Oh, interesting. Lighting a fire. Preventing 2 damage. Oh, interesting. Yep.
That's the game. Oh,
Yeah, I mean, Augustus just played that so
yeah,
well. Had
just played
the
around
right cards at
every
the
single
right
thing.
time. Yeah,
Knew
too
what was in
easy.
the
Well,
knew what was in the opponent's deck, knew how to deal with it, and just pushed right
Yep.
through. Incredibly well
Mhm.
done. Well done.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, honestly, well played by both these players, but it is hard just on the corp side when you have your open deck lists.
Hmm.
And even Zayat saying one boomerang turn one ruined me pretty much. Yeah, that's the value that boomerang gives you in Anarch, where you can just run click one, and if you or run click two after installing boomerang. If you steal an agenda and you get a host flip, you're just off to the races there. So good.
Yeah, Bankar is great, but Bankar can't trigger the turn that Bankar happened.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right, well, now it's going to be Caesar on Corp in the grand finals versus,
Okay.
well, I believe on Corp in the grand finals versus, Ruben Peters.
Ruben.
Let's take a look at
Wait a
those
second.
docs real quick while we wait for the final game to get set up. So that's going to be, take a look at Caesar's
It's gonna
Corp
be up.
is Ob, so that's going to be above the law as so this is the we've seen this Ob. It's two
Mhm.
Cybersman, as we've seen humanoid resources, which I've mentioned is so good. There's a Boomy in this, which is interesting against
Yeah.
there was one Arisana in the tournament, and it definitely hit that deck hard. I remember watching that.
In the top cut,
Yeah.
you mean? Yeah.
Hmm.
It
Yeah,
just
sorry,
it
one
just
Arisana
seems
in the top cut.
yeah. I only watched a little bit of the stream game where Augustus played against Basteron. I hope I'm saying that name right.
Hmm.
Baserton. And yeah, it's just with the Mitra and the Boomy and with the Fly Swatter, you're really forcing the runner to play honest net runner,
Yeah.
where you can have a Banhar, you can have a Boomerang, you can have an Entangler, but I'm just going to do ob shenanigans. I'm going to swap things out at the last minute, and if you run with 4 cards in your hand, I can just Mitra and an envelopment, and congrats, you just die because you take
Yes.
5 net damage with Banhar.
But notably, absolutely, basically no kill conditions here. No plans to kill the runner. No
Mm-hmm.
plan to take them out. There's no measured
Yeah,
responses here. Nothing at all.
no measured response. There are 3 Azef, but that's more so
Yep.
you're kind of doing cheeky damage to sort of set the runner back. Hopefully, you can snipe an icebreaker out of their hand. So most runners only play 2 icebreakers, or if you're Crim, you usually only play 1 of each type. So if you can snipe out an icebreaker, you can just windmill agendas into your
Yeah.
remote behind all of the goodness you have on it.
All about going as fast as possible. And then meanwhile, yeah, someone just pointed out this is the reverse of so Room Peters versus Caesar in round two we had this exact same match on the other
Exact one,
yeah,
exact
exact
same
same
one.
match. So
Well,
let's look at
what's interesting is Ruben won that game. So
yes.
I'm interested to see what Augustus does to switch up because while, you know, if you tell the lay person, oh, this person won the first time, well, instinctively you're going to say, well, they're going to win again. But the person who lost now has information on how to switch up their strategy, whereas the person that won, you're just going to try to do the same strategy,
Mhm.
you know. So kind of game theory. I'm looking at what Augustus has to bring now that they've already taken that L.
Yeah. I'm very curious where this can potentially go. We've got and then Room Peters Hoshiko here. Uh Not unfortunately the one running Demolisher. Obviously the inferior
Yep.
Hoshiko for this reason.
Obviously, yes, yes, yes.
Yeah. Uh,
Was a I wait, I missed a oh, so Augustus is actually kind of Johnny 2 console because they have a Demolisher
yes,
Tycho, right?
yeah, running both.
Wow, that is great. I love that. Whereas
You gotta cheer for Johnny Two Consoles.
Johnny 2 console, yeah. I mean, hey, Demolisher is value. That's all I'm gonna say. So either way, you have your Kaiko or Kiko. I hope I'm saying that right. I always mess that name. You're either getting money from Demolisher or against like Glaciary honest decks, you just install the Kaiko.
Mhm.
and then you make money off your friends the normal way by breaking ice, installing things, etc., etc.
Yep. Let me and we have our final bracket here. There's a couple of interesting things here. I mean, a lot of it is just kind of what I expect. One thing that I've seen that's really interesting is there's 2 Rising Tides, and that's it. No one, most people are playing Rising Tide, but they're just playing it for the, uh, the having a barrier breaker and just using leeches or such. No one's actually trying to make
Yeah.
its thing work.
Yeah, I think early on you saw in the meta, and I did this at the first tournament that was hosted by OF 1515, where I actually did play 3 Rising Tides because I wanted to get that 3 strength Rising Tide in the late game.
Mhm.
However, I think what you're seeing with a lot of these host decks, specifically with in a similar vein to cutting the Ashen Epilogue, a lot of corps are really confident in their game plan,
Yeah.
so they're able to win games in the early turn 10, turn 15 range. So you really can't afford a lot of dead draws, so to speak. So I think a lot of people are cutting the 3rd Rising Tide because it gives
Yeah.
diminishing value. Instead, it could be a 2nd Paladin, a 3rd Fermenter. Like that deck slot is a lot more valuable than just a hypothetical 3 Strength Fractor.
All right, let me head to the game.
Yeah.
And let's get into this. Stream is
So what's
set
funny
up.
is Augustus actually texted in the Discord channel that they didn't buy a ticket, so Ruben gets the buy.
Yeah, congratulations to Ruben. You've won the tournament. Well done.
Congrats, Ruben. But this is totally a pride match, a match for the beans. So, and I know Augustus is very, very high on the beanstalk ranking, so they're trying to win that game.
See how this goes. Oh, excited to see this game either way. And once again, as you already know probably, but because of the way the bracket is, Augustus will have to win this game and then win the rematch after that in order to fully win, due to Augustus coming up from the lower bracket. Early Fly Swatter might not be what you want to see here. I mean, it will keep the runner out, which is nice, but it does mean you lose that perch.
That ability.
And
again, Augustus does have Mitra, so maybe.
Wow! Holy cow! Stealing an Azef so early.
I love this. I love aggressive host play.
Against a deck that's gonna go so fast, against a deck where you're actively just, you know that the corp is mostly trying to score out as fast as possible, pushing to score out even faster is really smart.
Yep, there's that Mitra I mentioned. And Augustus not phased, clicking, 10,000 actions per minute, getting that server loaded up with another card.
That's something I really love, is grabbing the Mitra with the humanoid resources. We've seen that already. It's a really cool play.
And then Ruben here with the Gachapon trigger does find an Icebreaker and a Botulus, an Echelon and a Botulus. Again, this is the strength of that Mitra. That Botulus, you really don't want to see it because Augustus can go, okay, cool, I will gain 3, swap it, and now you're out of a breaking option.
Yeah.
So you're not thrilled to see that if you're Ruben. Let's see what they actually install. And I'm also interested to see what they get rid of, because they could get rid of the Botulus for deck thinning purposes.
Trying to figure it out.
Pretty big think here. You probably only have 8 to 10 turns as the runner to win, so that SF score was great, but
getting
really
the
have to think about every action.
Getting the twinning down could matter if you can get something else to go with it.
Exactly. Was this final actually on time?
Yeah, I believe the finals are untimed.
Okay, that's good. That's good. These players have earned it. These players have earned being able to just play. And also, going based off their decks, I don't think it would get close to time anyway. So
Yeah, both of these decks want to go very fast. This is the ob that actually wants to go fast instead of
yes, instead of
taking a
slow.
very, very long time to play as Bladderword as many times as possible.
Ruben does opt for the Echelon install. That Tithe on HQ is going to be really, really annoying.
Yeah. And it breaks through it simply right now. Potentially just planning on seeing enough cards. You can always just win by seeing cards.
Ooh, and
another
a second
humanoid. Ooh.
Hiroshita is a good card. If anyone's wondering, there was a stream where a bunch of Automata TIAB is the testing group Ruben and Augustus are in.
Mm-hmm. Right, yeah.
They ranked cards, and Augustus put humanoid resources in S tier. And some dolt who shall not be named said, "Is this a joke?" And evidently, it's not a joke because they're in finals and I'm not.
It is very, very powerful. I think I've underestimated it mostly because I don't think purple is very good right now.
Yeah.
No. Zoom in a little bit. Let's see.
This is also the strength of Ob. You're just absolutely churning through cards. You have money. The runner has to commit so many credits because every icebreaker is 3 or 4. Rising Tide is the exception, but it doesn't break that efficiently. So even if you get it down, you gotta also use it. I think Ruben is just full steam ahead on centrals.
Trying to hit everything. Probably gonna let whatever's in server 1 happen. But I mean that's a potential safe thing you can do if you just keep checking R&D every turn.
Yeah. Get the spin res, so now R&D is a different card. So potentially going back to touch the top card of R&D. Oh, just drawing. And here comes the Hollow Man. Ooh. Oh, okay. Interesting. Crashing the Echelon instead of the Fermenter, saying you can have as much money as you want. I'm going to force you to play Honest Netrunner.
Yeah.
And here goes away one of your breakers.
Or potentially what centuries is the deck even running here? Let me check my deck list to see. Sorry, thank you.
I think we're on Stavka. We're on Boomy. We have 3 Stavka, 2 Tithe, and this is a Zato City Grid deck. So Augustus is also saying now you can't install double echelon and just run and feel safe because I can still Zato away an echelon into another Stavka if you keep running, and then now all of your breakers are gone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Augustus is just throwing caution to the wind. You can get pokes on R&D and HQ. I don't care. I have this scary remote I'm going to score out of.
Let's see. Poking again. Nothing.
The R&D is just a random number generator, so good to keep tabs on it, but if your whole strategy revolves around stealing 7 out of R&D, you must be really scared about that remote.
Getting rid of even more ice on those servers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Augustus is just full on
blocking
C
that
agenda,
server.
score agenda. Yep.
Is there let me check something. So just to check, Jot has no, this is we don't want Jot. That's the wrong page. Let me see. Justice Caesar. Caesar is not running finality, I don't believe.
Oh, you mean Ruben,
Yeah, Ruben.
the
Sorry.
runner?
Yeah, my bad.
No, I don't believe. I don't see any. I don't see any multi-access outside of twinning in this deck.
I woke up early to stream and everyone's running Hoshiko. I keep forgetting whose is whose. But
Yeah, well,
yeah,
I hear. Yeah, I hear a Hoshiko is pretty good. Certain. Yeah,
I
pretty good ID.
suppose you might be worried about blowing up the echelon does blow up for potentially a Stavka. There's 3 of those. That's
Mm-hmm.
the main sentry that I think you have to worry about.
Yeah. Yeah, because even Tithe and Boomy, you can either just walk through or click through. Core damage is in this matchup is whatever, but it's really Stavka because if you're just running around with a decoder and a fractor,
Yeah.
you're really playing with fire. Yeah, Ruben's taking a minute. I don't think they're questioning what's in the remote. I think they're questioning sort of like their outs because Augustus is in line to just win in the next 2 turns if this Hollow Man sits there all nice and pretty.
Let's see. Getting the fermenter money. Going to push?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
See what happens because you have the Mitra. They can swap out that ice and just put another decoder there in its place.
You are going to force them to use it, and you are putting them down on credits, which could make the difference here.
Yeah. Even though Hollow Man is good, you need a lot of money to score 7 with just using Hollow Man. It's Leech versus the world right now. So basically Ruma just daring Augustus to use their cards, but Mitra is 3. Mitra is 3 credits on a stick. So Augustus is effectively on 11 credits.
Yep. But whatever those credits are, you're going to have to spend them to re-res, most likely.
Yeah.
This is wild.
Yeah, I mean, this is Netrunner. Just go.
There's the Musgrave losing a Keiko.
And a Botulus. Not really sad about either of those because you don't have any friends or good ice.
Game is going too fast for that.
Yeah. So we'll see if this is another end the run ice. And I think you're pretty happy about that as Ruben. I think. Mitra Pop.
Mitra getting popped to put down an Afshar, which is going to cost you 2 credits. Takes the corp down to 5, which that's still enough to do Hollow Man shenanigans.
Yeah. Hollow Man, extract.
Seeing a tree line.
Just play hedge fund before. Yep.
Ooh. If this scores out of 5-3, that's rough.
I don't think Augustus has enough money, but I think they're probably going to score a 3-2. Above the. Oh my goodness.
Oh no.
Wow, Augustus. The
amazingly done.
Draws in these past few games have been spicy. Oh my goodness. And yep, and because of that extraction the spin doctor, you're threatening, even if you pinhole, I know Ruben doesn't play pinhole, But even if you somehow get rid of this Hollow Man, Ruben just slaps down 2 icebreakers.
I mean, that could do it. Nope, never mind. I think
Oh,
that'll probably be game.
yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Great job saving the Stavka, by the way. Great job
Yeah, that
seeing
was a
that and just
really
being
good
like, I'm going to keep that for later.
heads up play from Augustus, and absolutely we did some pretty good high rolling here. I don't know if Augustus is listening to me right now, but I agree.
That's game. Wow.
Took the credit.
Fast
Took the
game.
credit for. Yeah.
All right.
Took the
Well,
credit
I
for the
mean,
PM because they had 3 credits. They really wanted to score 3 agendas with Hollow Man to get that achievement.
good news for everyone watching. That means you get to watch more Netrunner. Cause
Yeah.
we gotta do the reverse now. Augustus Caesar is up 1. Now we get to watch. Now we get to watch the fabled Demolisher Hoshiko.
Yeah.
Turn 7.
Demolisher versus um, Ruben's Ob, who actually knocked me into the chase bracket because you just have this combination of bladder warts dealing damage, hostiles dealing damage, and then you have measure response to keep the runners at arm's length once threat hits 4. And then you also have Managarm to, turn into sort of like a rushy ob behind one of the best upgrades in the game. And you can find that just by trashing an anthill. Once an anthill is trashed, you can just fetch it from your deck. So a lot of options for Ruben.
All right. Well, once again, I am Juniper Theory. This is the final game of the America's Megacity. She/her pronouns. And do y'all want to introduce yourself? The commentary.
Yeah, real quick. My name's Ice Cream College. You can just call me Chris. My pronouns are he, him.
Hello, hello. I'm Droid. I've been running this tournament. Pronouns are he or they.
Yeah.
And
Also good.
Running this.
excited to see this grand finals here. It's
Yep.
already underway.
It's time to watch a very, very
Installing
different.
2 remotes.
It's a very different type of Bob. One with 3 bladderworts, one with multiple 3 measured responses, one that really just wants to punish the runner at all times. Going up against a Hoshiko that is running Demolisher. And there's their first bladderwort, although it does not fire.
Bladderwort.
Oof.
It doesn't fire because the Cyber Sand got trashed.
Yeah.
Maybe Ruben was thinking about not rezzing the Cyber Sand to not tip off Augustus that the other card was Bladderwort. The Bladderwort in itself is a one, even as a pad campaign, it's fine.
Seeing.
Yeah, Augustus is kind of the theme of the whole stream. Every game that Augustus has been on stream, they're just drawing the right cards at the right time, playing with aggression. But they also have a plan.
Having that
And
Azamat out so early is
so
really
good.
great. Another bladderwort, gonna be able to trash it.
He'll be able to trash both.
Yeah, be able
between
to trash
Azamat
both of
and
them
the
so
Angel.
early. Is that all 3 bladderworts in the trash at the beginning of No, just 2. Okay.
That's a Cyber Sand and a Bladderwort. So there's one more in the deck.
Mhm.
So Ruben already needs to find some Spindos to shuffle these cards back.
Ruben apparently played in a different tournament between Swiss and this top cut. So
Wow.
this is apparently Ruben's 18th competitive game, I'm being told, in the last 25 hours.
Wow. That is
which
impressive.
is horrifying. Absolutely
That's
incredible.
a different breed.
Yeah.
That's a different breed.
In the zone.
Literally.
Wow.
Yeah, now with
So
that
Ruben
Banhar
having to
down.
think.
Yeah, Ruben's having to think because that Banhar came down so early. So now Ice won't even to protect your assets. The trash cost on your assets won't really protect your assets because of Azimuth.
Mhm.
And yeah, Ruben's already kind of thinking this is not what you want happening if you're an asset deck. But they are going to. Ooh,
Blowing up your own
interesting.
Bladderwort to get some money, possibly shifting already into a strategy that actually wants money and protecting something with an ice. Now, it's not going to be that protected because of the Bonkar, but this does mean that the Bonkar can't just be put on HQ and easily get into there. You have to choose. Oh, hold on.
Oh, might be asking for a take back.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll let that one slide, Ruben. All right, it's your 18th game. We'll let that one slide.
So what do we do instead? We still building this remote?
Not sure.
Potentially, it's just you need. It's you don't want to think about this already, but if you're Ruben, you're already contemplating. Do I just go for the measure response line because the runner's low? So do I just start feeding them agendas? If they're gonna get an HQ anyway,
Mhm.
or just throw them out there. Say, okay, have at it.
It's a risky strat. Augustus could just steal them all and win.
Exactly. Yeah. It's kind of like you want to play the Azimuth long game with the Mei and the Hoshko flipping back and forth, or do you want to just go, all right, let's just go for the boom boom. Let's see what Ruben decides.
Trying to figure out where to take this. Not a ton of great options, having lost all the Bladderworts.
You still have Skunkwork, which could, in theory, build a nice remote with envelopment and some other gear check ice. But Ruben's economy is not looking the greatest.
Right. Making a new remote. Oh!
Go
Oh,
for it.
interesting.
Load
Trading
up.
an agenda for killing the ability to kill Bonkar. Wow.
And that's still going to be risky because now you're essentially feeding Hosh 2 points and a credit because Mei is going to get a credit.
Feeding 2 points, but potentially stopping Bonkar. Scary
Giving
because
yourself an out.
if the runner runs here and then immediately plays a second Bonkar, you feel
Oh, my heart would break. My heart would
very
break
bad.
for Ruben. But no, I
Blowing
think
up the other
Augustus is
Bladderwort.
taking it slow, yeah.
That Azimuth is putting in work.
Yeah, funny story. Of the players in the top 8, I was the only one without Azimuth, so making that change as soon as we get off the stream.
Clearly, assets are all the rage right now. The top cut was pretty much
Yeah.
entirely AU and OB.
There was one Restoring Humanity shout out, but yeah. In Swiss, there was a good corp diverse meta with scoring and Nebula and different combo kill decks. Yeah, as soon as the top 8 got revealed, I went, uh-oh. Never leave your Azimuth at home, kids.
I was
is
such a
actually
doubter on
playing.
Azimuth back in the day because I saw it and I went, "Who's
Two
going to do
MU.
this? It has a two. It's 2 memory. Who wants that?"
Yeah, there's no space in the rig for that, but clearly you don't even need icebreakers in this meta, so.
No, yeah. And real smart play by Augustus going to 0, which allows Mei to tick up, and you draw a card off Hosh, but you don't actually lose a credit, and then you play Clean Getaway to bounce back to 6.
Yep.
Thankfully, Ruben does have some gear checks. There is a mystery card in here.
Who might be able to. Will we finally see a bladder where it actually fire? This is the chance. You could get rid of one card. Do it.
Whatever it is, it better be good because Augustus is most likely getting into the server next turn with the Rising Tide down. Thinking on Ruben's end. Maybe not an agenda?
Let's see.
Or Ruben simply doesn't want to drop too low on credits.
Yeah, going to
Tend to let it
zeros.
cook.
Mm-hmm.
You do have to be aware of the measured response possibility at this point. You don't have to worry too much because you only have there's only one, but there's only the possibility of one, but you are approaching the point where that is going to be a thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because if this is an agenda and Ruben goes down to zero, you've only kind of gotten halfway to that measured response because you still need to find $5. And as long as the runner is on 5 cards, that's not a kill.
Yep.
Got all the time in the
think
world to
Ruben-
think here. No timer for finals games.
Mm-hmm.
Thankfully.
The way that Lucas intended, the OG designer of Netrunner, Android Netrunner.
I think Garfield intended it too. I'll believe that.
Yeah, I believe that. Dr. Garfield. Yeah.
That's what he wanted.
Yeah, I think Ruben's just contemplating kind of how he wants this game to go because Augusta's in a great position. Ooh, a Mav.
Searching for just
Grabbing
getting
a regolith,
money.
Just
Yep.
Yeah, I mean,
This is the
Get some
exact same
ice.
play that won or did a large part in Ruben's win against me is a clutch Mav purge into a Rego, into clicking Regolith and protecting it. So now that econ problem I was talking about is magically solved because of Ob's ID.
Augustus challenging the money.
Gonna try and run on it, forcing a res. What could this possibly be?
Maybe.
I mean, it could be like a fly swatter would be pretty good here.
Could maybe be an envelopment, and then oh nope, just another Masquerade.
Ooh, that's
Pretty good. That's now 8 or 6 if
It'd
you
be
want to give
expensive to
Ruben
get through.
4 credits.
6 credits is not. You do not have enough to get through all of that yet.
Mm-hmm. So despite everything, Ruben actually keeping Augustus kind of at arm's length. Threatening to get up on this money, so now Augustus has to think about the measured response line and respect it. Because Ruben will have enough money to play a bunch of measured responses if Augustus plays super, super aggressively.
I really admire when players can look at all of their possible outs and say, I can see what I might be doing wrong, what my possible options here are, and what I need to do to make to not die, how I need to shift my game plan.
Exactly. That's kind of the beauty of playing Corp is even though you have the more information, you have more information to work with, your game plans need to be strung, you have to string along the runner for a longer time.
Yes. Extremely sad news, unfortunately. The Demolisher is in the trash.
I know. We couldn't see its glory. But I don't think Augustus is in position to play that because it is forward to play. So it is a big boy.
Finding a Cyber Sand Harvester. I'm gonna quickly check if Ruben. It seems that both players kept actually. Okay. Finding a Cyber Sand Harvester, a wall to wall, and then clicking for credits, staying at 5.
And one of the best parts about Azamat is it's a hosted. They're hosted credits, so they also charge twinning. You just have this positive feedback loop of control the board, control the board, control the board. Now I have 4 or 5 twinning counters. Let me just smash into centrals, which is already porous because OBS carry picking out from R&D so much. You're increasing the agenda density. So Ruben in no rush to trash this regolith.
Just spam it.
Mm-hmm.
Augustus flipping a coin again to see which to run first.
Mm-hmm.
Love to see it.
Finds a spin doctor.
Zoom out a bit. Okay, no, we're good on that.
I don't think you're actually scared of anything, but I think that's a better run because now Ruben has less options to shuffle back. They were probably going to shuffle back that anyway, but
Double Bladderwort going back.
yeah, now is Server 7 also a Cyber Sand?
I believe so. We saw it last turn.
Yeah, so they're both Cyber Sand. So now Ruben has Bladderwort's loaded in R&D.
We got the Game Dragon on the Rising Tide. That's going to make some good work of these Masqueroses.
Mm-hmm.
I'd love to see Game Dragon. I don't think Game
it's
Dragon
very,
is a
very
good card, but every time I see it, I get really happy.
Yeah, Sebastian, shout out Sebastian K, Exiled Ox on Discord, who won Pittsburgh Megacity playing Sable with Game Dragon, ran through 2 Batos with a Kurapira that was boosted by Game Dragon. That Game Dragon essentially saved them 4 credits on that one run.
Awesome.
Technically an econ card.
Mm-hmm. Oh. It's Ruben moneying up. Fermenter is at 4, so Augustus is still incentivized to run and trash things. Such a fun card Fermenter is.
It makes so much money. I have to zoom out again. The downside of asset spam.
Oh yeah, you've had to, I bet you've had to zoom out for a while.
I keep having to zoom out and then zoom back in, and every time the chat gets fucked up and I forget to scroll down and someone's like, please scroll down. And I'm just like,
And this is the best part about Fermenter is it's you can put 3 in your deck. Once you pop 1, you just reload, put another one on the board. So Gus is saying, you know, I'm cool. You can have your Cyber Sands and your Bladders. You're not gonna go below 4. So they're essentially all just pad campaigns. That's cool.
Fetching a wall-to-wall.
Mm-hmm.
Getting some tempo going here.
Yeah, unfortunately, Bladderwort is res, so you only get 1 tip or node on wall-to-wall.
additionally, Bladderwort not going to deal any damage, but not sure you're too worried about that at this point.
Mode. Yeah. But thankfully for Ruben, Augustus was not able to find another copy of Banhar. So they do have to play a little bit of fair Netrunner.
There's also not yet found any other breakers that aren't the barrier breaker. So yeah, here we go. Depending on what that is.
And we're going. This is one of the great things about Reg Hosh is you can play a 2-cost 2 MU console. So now that Azamat downside is, you know, kind of negated because it also synergizes with your companions and your twinning and everything, and it's just a whole bag of synergy.
What are we betting this ice is?
I could see it being some type of like fly swatter, maybe.
Let me check the list.
Yeah, how many fly swap?
There's 1 fly swatter, 1
no
Afshar, 2 envelopment, 2 Kesselroyd, 3 Maskarovka, and a tie. So I would hazard a guess that it's not a barrier because of the Game Dragon Pro incentivizing Ruben to put all 3 types on the server. No,
Ruben says it's the Stavka.
It's definitely a Stavka, which is not in the list.
That's not in their text. So that's
Absolutely.
a meme from the last game where Augustus trashed their whole board with a Stavka. Yeah, but honestly, if Augustus installs their buzzsaw, then they can just kind of run around, even though Cylindra? I can't pronounce that card. The big code gate, Cylindra. Even if it is that, Augustus can just say, okay, raindrops be upon ye, and draw 3 more cards, gain 3 credits. So it's not really that threatening, whatever that is. It could be an envelopment. And just a quick think on Augustus's end. Just don't want to overextend and give Ruben any outs.
It's an Afshar, which will
Just
keep
run
him
it.
out. Possibly the best card here for just keeping the opponent out.
It's an end the run.
End the
it's
run
a code
code
gate.
gates.
There is only one in the deck, so Ruben also saying, hey, I can draw the card at the right moment too, Augustus.
Augustus challenging
This
centrals.
might be the time to run. A lot of cards have been drawn.
That's something you can get past.
Fine. Oh, are we taking this back?
I don't think you can undo that. Oh, no, going to redo the same.
I think.
Oh, just Rising Cyber first.
Oh,
Okay.
sure, yeah.
Yeah, that's reasonable.
I keep forgetting it has other tech. Oh yeah, the actual designed part of
the actual thing Cyber Sand was built to do.
Yeah. Spin Doctor? Pretty good hit. And a measure response. Amazing hit.
That's what you want to see.
And Azamat putting in work, crashing, and it's a hosted credit, so as you're using twinning, you're getting twinning counters, synergy.
And the more measured responses in the bin, the more you can say, I don't have to worry about measured responses.
You did, however, turn on Bladderwort is now on for Ruben. So that is now a priority for Augustus, because they can no longer just ignore that. We'll start doing chip damage. I know Augustus does play
credits, let it
2.
Let the Bladderwort fire.
Oh, and another one?
Let a second Bladderwort fire! Oh no! And it hits a Seal Skin.
It might be bad if it hits a Buzzsaw. If Augustus has a Buzzsaw. Both Echelon are gone. That means you can't break Hive, so it's not the end of the world. But if that was a Buzzsaw, that would have been tricky for Augustus.
Much more worrying if you say lose a if you lose it in a match against a deck that is, say, running Stavka. Let's see.
I just want to give Ruben his flowers, because that Banhar trash with the above the law, some would say it was reckless, but right now it's really paying off because Augustus is being forced to actually play Netrunner and install breakers and such.
I had a vision in my brain of, oh, great job, you trashed the Bonghar, and or now immediately the runner's going to play another Bonghar, but didn't happen, and instead it has completely paid off and changed the course of the game entirely.
Yeah, so Ruben here is really walking a tightrope. They're playing excellently right now. Both players are. Naturally. Honestly, with that twinning though, I know I was just giving Ruben flowers, but that above the law could have also hit a twinning. That would have really helped Ruben in the late game because Augustus also looking to just raid centrals.
Mhm. Lots to think
It's worth
about.
mentioning that
Lots to plan.
it's worth mentioning that Augustus is not playing Ashen Epilogue,
Mhm.
so there
Oh.
is a world where and we're advancing, and it's an
Scoring on an
SF
Azef.
with
Getting powers that be.
powers that be and a buzzsaw. Okay,
Oh,
okay.
Buzzsaw
gosh.
down.
And maybe grab and putting a card from HQ in.
No restrictions on the type of card. That could be another agenda in there.
Absolutely, yeah. Ruben is only at 1, so Augustus is incentivized to run R&D. If it's a tide though, that could be really really awkward. It's the only card that they can res. They could pop Cyber Sand for Bladderwort, the third Bladderwort, and res a 3-cost ice would be annoying. Yeah, that's what I was just talking about before this game started, where you have a Zeph, and it is that 2 meat damage is sort of cheeky damage, and if you hit an icebreaker that the runner needs, you really open up lines and you open up outs for yourself, and that's exactly what happened there. So now Ruben feeling really, really good, I would imagine, about their odds to pull this game out.
See.
A lot of thinking. I think both of these players are not based in the Americas. I know Augustus is.
Yeah, I believe both players aren't, so probably spending a lot of time thinking about all
So
possible.
not only are they battling fatigue, they're also battling their circadian rhythm. Thankfully, Ruben's not in a position, I don't think, to score a 3-pointer SDS because they don't have any way of. I'm looking at Augustus's. Sorry. Yeah, they don't have any Hollow Man. They don't have any wacky tricks to get advancement counters. They have slash and burns though, so if they're holding 2 slash and burns, it could just be game. If Augustus doesn't run HQ, check HQ, or run this remote, get in.
Augustus's list does have 2 buzzsaws, so
Yeah, but if you don't have it, you still have 22 cards in your stack, and the more you draw through it, like I was saying with the Ashen, the more you draw through it, the lower and lower the deeper and deeper that buzzsaw is. You give the corp outs. Our HQ run. Let's see. They left it open.
Sweeping?
I think we're sweeping.
Yeah.
Oh.
Twinning cutters.
Oh, seeing another measured response. Oh, that's so important. Wow. That puts 2 measured responses in the
They
bin?
only saw access 2 additional cards. They saw an extract. Oh, and the botulus. Uh-oh. This could be bad. And I did those in the good order. Okay, it's still gonna cost some money, but if this isn't an agenda and Ruben rused Augustus, this could be pretty good. Still going to be a lot of money, even with the Game Dragon.
Could let Ruben gain the money just to turn the Bladderwarts off.
Honestly, I was thinking about that. I think that's exactly what they're doing. Good catch, good catch. And
Getting.
for another Bladderwort, crashing over it.
Oh, wow.
Oh wow, we're just doing all kinds of shenanigans now. I love this.
Stopping whatever would have happened there. Potentially stopping the end of the game.
Mystic going.
Yeah.
Potentially, yeah. I mean,
Unfortunately, cannot immediately trigger the Bladderworts for 3 damage. This does leave. This does.
Well, here's what's also funny is now Augustus opened themselves up to a measured response.
Yep. There is
So
still
if
1 in the deck somewhere. 21 cards.
Ruben can draw 2 more cards. A mandatory drew and wall-to-wall drew. Oh, for a second I thought that was it.
Extract.
Oh, they're gonna spin doctor.
Getting a spin doctor, trying to find it. Will it happen?
Even with the Game Dragon, that was still a very expensive run by Augustus. Okay. Don't see the snap. Play measured response. Ruben has a 1 in 18, or they could shuffle 2 in, make it a 3 in 21, and 1 in 7. I think that's what they're doing. A measured response and 1
Shuffling
unseen
them in.
card.
Drawing. I don't
see
think
it.
they found it.
And... Oh.
Oh, there it is!
Wow!
Oh, what an end!
Wow.
Finding the measured response for the final.
Wow. Ruben's saying, you know what? I don't need the fact that you didn't buy a ticket. Let me just win the whole event outright. Wow. That was a crazy game. Big congrats to Ruben for finding that line. Big congrats.
Congratulations.
Probably through discarding Demolisher.
Yeah, discarding Demolisher. If it didn't lose the game that way, it did lose the moral victory.
It lost on morals. But honestly, huge shout out for Ruben. I mean, they were walking a really, really thin line there of not having that many outs, honestly. But I think the big turning point was that, above the law, trashing that Banhar, and then that Azif being a bro, and trashing that Buzzsaw, forcing them to play Botulus, and making them do that run last click, brought them below measure response range.
Amazingly done. Congrats to Ruben Peters for winning.
Yeah, big. One thing I will say is that entering this tournament, Ob as an ID was 1 in 12 in cut games, and now it just won a Megacity. So big clap to Ruben for a well-deserved W.
Well done. Fantastic plays by both players. Really, really fun Netrunner today. Lots of very things.
Oh yeah.
While I may be always a bit stressed out by a extremely kill-heavy, damage-heavy meta at the same time.
Yes, yeah.
I do greatly enjoy the intense forks and the shorter games. To be frank, thanks so much, Droid, for organizing this tournament.
Yeah, thank you so much, Droid.
Of course. I had a great time. Got to see some great Netrunner. Good way to spend a weekend.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Even though my Monday is probably going to be completely fuzzy brain, I won't be able to do anything. This was totally worth it.
Gonna invite Ruben on commentary.
Winner invite?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Are we inviting both? Honestly, both deserve it.
Yeah,
I think.
I'll invite both. Let me figure out how to do that.
You just gotta give them. Gotta
add them to the commentary role.
Doing so real quick. commentary, and then
Also, shout out to all the other commentators
Yeah.
that were
thanks
today
so much
and
to everyone
yesterday.
who has helped commentate. I've had a very busy weekend and could not have done this if I was just doing it by myself. So thanks
Oh
so much
no,
to everyone
absolutely
who helped
not.
out.
Yeah.
Right.
I think we're just hanging on for Augustus and Ruben to join.
Yep.
You want to bring them both in at the same time, or you want to do Augustus first, then Ruben, or what do you think?
Just Ruben's taking a quick break, so we'll see when either of them can come on.
Okay. Yeah.
Thanks to everyone who watched. We'll have that in just a second as soon as people can join. Yeah, we'll switching over that in just a second. Meantime, let me And hello! We're back with talking to the winner of the America's Megacities. Congratulations!
Thank you.
Yeah.
Congrats.
Yeah. Well done. I was impressed by the 3 Bladderwort Ob deck and the number of times you managed to play them.
Yeah, that's what it's like to play as many Bladderworts as possible.
Yeah.
But it's kind of like you want to kind of grind out the runner a little bit, like have them basically not be able to build up their board, and then you kind of either score out or like kill them with measured response.
Yeah.
I actually had a question, Ruben, about your Ob, if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so I was so we played the first round of this cut, and one thing that I noticed while I was looking at your deck list was the 1 Managarm. So I was kind of wondering if you could explain sort of like how you came up with that idea of including that one of for 3 influence card, and then kind of your thoughts about how it treated you throughout the day.
Yeah, good question. So I have been playing Asset Up for quite some time. I played it in like the 2023 Worlds, and testing up to that Worlds, I was playing around with Influence, and I think, and so in my list then I had Managarm, and basically the goal at that point was you basically use Mavirus to fetch Managarm when they're trying to contest Urban Renewal. They think they can get to, and to kind of bait them into not being able to contest it, which was much more impactful back then. But so I kind of went back to that idea here, where eventually, like, the thing with Bladderwort is like Bladderworts by themselves are not going to win you the game. They're just there to kind of slow the runner down, have them trash it or lose some cards along the way. And eventually you need to pivot to like actually threatening being able to score out. And then Managarm allows you to kind of flexibly kind of either do that or kind of use the same virus trick as well. Like like obviously like Anthill can fetch it, so there's lots of things that can
Yeah.
fetch it.
There's a lot of three cost cards that can add instant speed, fetch
Yeah.
that Skunk Works, and you really seemed like especially in that last match, you had a really keen understanding about timing windows and when to trash things and when to fetch things. So yeah, that was a really good heads up sort of include for this tournament, obviously.
I gotta say, I got by a virus manic arm in Swiss where you don't know it's coming, then it's really threatening
Yep.
because it messes everything. In the cut, it's a bit easier to play around, but it's still very nice, like forcing runners to have more resources.
And so congrats to our runner-up. Well done, Caesar. You did fantastically as well.
Congrats, Augustus.
Yeah, well, we don't talk about the 5 different ways in which I threw that game, but other than that, I did pretty well.
I'm curious because both of you were on Ob, but you were on very different versions of the same of Ob. Whereas one Ob was all in on 3 measured responses, 3 bladder words, getting bladder word as much as possible, and then your Ob, meanwhile, Caesar's was just no damage, basically aside from Azef, purely scoring. Can I ask why you each chose that specific version of Ob? Starting with you, Ruben.
Well, yeah, why I chose it is kind of I've been testing different corps, and this one I like to play this one. So it's, as I said, I played Asset Op back in 2023. I played it all throughout the time that it was kind of viable, let's say. So I just kind of like to play this deck, and none of the other corps that are out there, I was like basically this op spoke to me the most of like I have the most fun playing this deck. Yeah.
It seems really fun. There's a lot of different lines. Yeah. What about you, Caesar? Why'd you choose the more vegan Ob?
Yeah, it's not very deep of a choice. I discovered the humanoid into Mitra interaction like I think it was the night before, like yesterday. And I was like, that seems like something maybe could be exploitable. And none of the other corps I was thinking of were good, so I just brought this. And turns out Rashida against 6 credits is actually pretty good, even if it costs a bunch of influence. And like, it's not that like it high rolled a bunch to get to this point, but it's pretty good. I'm not entirely sure. Like I have to do more thinking about why it's good, but it did all right, so I can't complain.
One thing that I definitely noticed about the Mitra include was that there are a lot of Hoshes, especially at this tournament, that are relying on Banhar, Boomerang to sort of as like an on-ramp into your actual endgame rig of real breakers. And the one thing that I really like about your deck is it threatens sort of both phases where you have this humanoid resources into Mitra for that early game Banhar Boomerang hate. But then also I think what's being overlooked, because I don't think it came up in either of the stream games, is you have Zato City Grid, who also punish runners that just, are just going to sit back, Magdalene, I'm going to set up all my stuff, use my simul chips for more econ, and then you just hit him with the Zato into a Stavka, and then you trash their key breakers.
Yeah, the beater that we saw on stream was really huge. Like the line that Ruben had with Bankar on the remote, on the outermost, and then Bankar, and then Boomerang innermost, beats almost any combination of ice, except very specifically if you have Meter to mess things around.
I mean, I was like, I will never get into this remote, but if I don't force you to like like use the Mitra, I'm like, I can't give up. Like I was trying to like basically get my accesses on HQ and R&D, but I wasn't getting anywhere, so I was like, I kind of have to force you. But so the Mitra definitely kind of like it makes it difficult to kind of evaluate how like whether you will get in the remote or not, and then indeed like Boomerang and Botulus and stuff like become completely difficult to use.
That game, I was very happy when you saw twinning off Gachapon and didn't install it, presumably because you didn't have companions.
Yeah, that's it. I would, if I had a companion, I would have installed it. The problem is I didn't have any companions in sight, so I was like, I'm not sure. Like, maybe I should have installed. Like the echelon was trashed with the SDS, but like yeah, I'm not really sure. Like I definitely would have liked the twinning, but I didn't have companions, so yeah.
If I could only put Sato on Centrals, I would be so happy. That's the deck kind of just loses to a twinning and then accesses a bunch. Because that's because you're all.
Yeah, that's how I won the earlier Top Cut game.
Yeah, Augustus, I also had a question about your runner specifically, if you don't mind.
I've heard some things about what people think about my runner.
What did you say? Awesome. Sorry. the Johnny 2 consoles, yeah. I was wondering how that ended up throughout the tournament, how you liked having 2 options for consoles.
I mean, Demolisher is really the least inoffensive, or the most inoffensive second console to have, because it's just a tech card. And in asset matchups, you're never installing Keiko anyway, unless you have a Fueno already, and then you don't really care. So you never really have to fight for your console slot. Demolisher just gets discarded in every non-asset matchup and installed in every asset matchup. And it really crushes Outco. And this all theoretically if I had installed it, because they have so many three cost assets that if you reduce them by 1, and then you get another rebate, you basically are not paying anything.
You basically force all of the assets in Alco to be within Azimuth range where you don't even need to spend real money, is what you're saying? That's pretty smart.
Yeah, and also I have 3 different asset tech cards because they're all different, and I think they're all unique. Well, I guess Azimuth is. Because they're different, you can stack them. So once you get a second one, literally no asset is sticking for any amount of time. Yeah, which you can see what happens when you only have 1 asset tech card in the game we played. Yeah, you can't actually fight through it. But if you get the second one, then that closes the card.
I'm curious for both of you. Is there any specific stuff that you did to? We saw a really specific meta in the top cut here. As I said, no yellow, no blue, no purple. Is there anything send pretty much entirely asset decks between Egg and Ob, the only exception being the few Restoring Humanity Sisyphus decks? Is there anything specific you did to like prepare for the meta, or like cards you included that you think were specifically for this?
Well, I have Azimuth in my runner deck, like so.
Yeah, it's good.
One thing that like I also have in my deck is like Stone Ship for Kill Nebula. I think that's also kind of a deck. I just it was not in the top cut here. I don't know if anyone played it in the.
I played a version of it my last round of Swiss against XDG, but I also got slightly lucky because all of their tagging cards were at the bottom of R&D, but I also just kind of like know that deck, and I play No Free Lunch because I'm also playing a tag version of Alco, but yeah.
Yeah, Stone Ship is a really good card. So you definitely should put a bunch in your deck.
Yeah, Stone Ship, like I also even used it to charge twinning.
I was going to ask if you've ever done the upside, so to speak, of just late game using it for twinning.
Yeah, it sometimes comes up in like, for example, Nebula, where you kind of want to run and see stuff every turn, or like more fast advanced Nebula, because they can easily get to like 5 points. You're running every turn, and sometimes, like usually you're running R&D, and sometimes if they like draw a bunch of cards, you kind of want to use the second one to see 3 cards from HQ. And there's lots of fresh things.
Yeah.
Like another thing is like the new Dirty Laundry thing. Like Hoshiko is naturally like good against assets because you kind of get value from running. The new Dirty Laundry also gives you value from running. So like you can have a little bit of like naturally built in being good against assets essentially.
Yeah, because you're forced to check the board and then you get a credit and a card just by interacting turn 1, which big reason why I brought Alco is because I noticed a lot of runners outside of Hosh really don't want to run turn 1, and so I tried to like exploit that, and I can understand the Ob also wants to exploit that with early bladderwort reses, and then you can protect them, et cetera, et cetera. Augustus, did you want to say something?
Oh, I was saying, no, I did have one game in the tournament where it was correct to stone chip a twinning, but I missed the line, so that's tragic for me.
Oh.
That was one of the lines? Okay. Augustus, I also wanted to ask real quick, how many Trojans did you trash with Boomy this tournament?
I think maybe one. It was a very important Trojan, but I didn't snipe any botuli, which is the main thing that it's there for.
But that's something that you're really cognizant of because you're, unless I'm reading it wrong, you're also playing 2 botulas, so you're cognizant of that.
I mean, mostly the Boomy is just there because it's a fit interaction with Zato, and it's just an upside that it trashes Trojans. You can definitely cut it from the deck. But I had an influence for you. I put a Boomy in there, and it did work.
Yeah. Evidently, it seemed to work out pretty well. Boomy's only 1 influence. I actually missed that.
Start throwing things. Oh, congratulations to both of you. Do you have any advice for a card you should put in your deck in the future if you're making a deck right now? For random viewers.
Demolisher, obviously.
Yes, I'm
going to put Demolisher in their deck.
I mean, that's it's a bit fake. Like, for what kind of deck, or like just anything, or
I don't know, just any card you think is underrated or deserves more.
Mitra Aman seems pretty good.
Sure, Mahan does seem pretty good, yeah. Sokka Vindicated.
I'll also sign off on that one.
Right. Thanks so much. Anything else you want to say before you go?
Yeah, so like huge shout outs to everyone involved in organizing the OP team, people doing the stream, every participant, and also big thanks to everyone in the tiebreakers group for
Hell yeah, go tiebreakers.
Hell yeah.
Well, thanks so much for joining us. Wow.
Big congrats to both of you.
Yeah, congratulations.
Oh, any next tournaments or any plans for both of y'all?
Well, I'm going to Köln and Worlds, so and I'll probably be doing some more of the online tournaments as well. I just need to figure out which ones I can go to and which ones I can't.
And I think Augustus is going to every tournament that's on ABR.
That is always the plan.
Yeah, but the thing with the APEC ones for us is like it starts at like 2 a.m., which is.
Well, the real plan is to have a tiebreaker win every single megacity, and we'll get working on that. 1 out of or 2 out of however many there have been.
I think.
You mean the online ones?
Well, and all of the in-person ones that we can get.
As many as possible. Yeah, you're trying to chase the rings. Yeah.
I think I've heard that from every single testing group I've seen. We got to win every single one.
I love it.
We got a slight head start on them.
That's fair. Y'all are the ones who can actually do it. Oh, good luck, and I think we're gonna sign off the stream. Thanks so much for everyone who joined us. Thanks for watching the tournament. I'll see you at the next Megacities Online Championship, which is not actually sure when it is.
Isn't that next week?
Is it next weekend?
Oh god. Okay. Well, I will not be streaming that one because I'm going to be in Vancouver, playing Netrunner. So
let's go.
I'll find out we'll figure out who's streaming that out and let y'all know. See you then. So long.